Turn some of that down. Turn some of that down. There you go. Turn some of that down. How you doing, my friend? Just been sorting some bits out on the stream at the end of it, and yes, that's what I was looking for. I was actually looking for the remaining bits for the PlayStation 3 steering wheel, which that's what I was looking at. Yeah, we'll be with you in a minute. Just getting a coffee. Cool. actually, come to think about it. That way, Bumps. I've got to get the record player out. Fuck, got all that out. Let's move the chair out of the way. That there. I forgot I had all that lot on top. Oh Jesus. Storage my ass. Oh my god. She's one heavy bitch. Let's move microphone. Not microphone, let's move the keyboard. I'll get that lot fucking flying noise. Obviously I'm going to have to take me globe, move it out of the way. I'm back now with a coffee, nice one. While you're just doing that, I've literally just thought, I've got all this piled up. Turn this down because it's echoing into the door. So, obviously, the capacitors. Oh, it's got that old vintage smell. It absolutely smells lovely. I really like that smell. It's like, you know, I remember back in the days when we used to get on the old Routemaster buses. You jump on, jump off. When you used to sit down on them old, hanging on to the old bars in front of you. I mean, fuck, if you whacked your head, I mean, literally, you literally take the chest out and part of your brains to go with it. But the old Routemasters, it was like that. You had the old bars that went over the seat and you just hang on to it. And but it had that old smell. That's just what this record player gives off. So it's that old vintage smell. So the caps turned up, right? Now, obviously, we couldn't get the original components for these. So I'll turn it around because it's got me details on. Regardless, I know you watch, you've got me details. But we've got a thank you card. Now these ones come from Spain. We've got a little thank you card. Retro antigram or something. Or, I can't pronounce that. Antique audio parts this is. So it's radio and hi-fi tubes. Basically, these are in Spain. Got their address on there, phone number. It's not as if I'm going to bloody ringing Spain up saying, wait, you sent me the wrong bloody caps. Obviously, I had to get some axle caps. So we've got some cut of axle caps there. So these have already been marked out. Obviously, the bottom, with the trouble with axle caps, you never know which side is going to be like the plus or the minus. But obviously, the line is going to be the minus and they put the plus at the top. So it's self-explanatory on that one. The same with, I'm not so sure with these ones. So these were obviously the 400 microfarad. We couldn't get, if I remember the top of my head, we couldn't get the 20 volt ones. And I'm pretty sure these are the 35 volt. 25 volt. Yeah, that's right. These ones were supposed to be 18 at 400 microfarad. Obviously, they didn't do the 18s, so we got the 25s. They was the most expensive because they end up being, with shipping and everything coming from Spain, end up being about 17, 18 pounds. These ones were about £7 for the parts for the UK. I don't know how much it is in dollars. Now these ones are obviously in diameter. I ain't worried about the diameter as long as it's got the capacitance on it. And they obviously you get 10 on there. So these are actual electrolytic capacitors, 6.8 microfarads. If I remember correctly, these were supposed to be 6.4 or 6.6, something like that. And obviously we had to get 25 volts. They didn't do a 25 volts, so we got 35 volts. Obviously 35 volts in a small item like that, it's only to smooth out the sound. but obviously I couldn't complete it because we had the nightmare of touched it, and then the trouble with these bloody components, like everything else, they're like all vintage stuff, starts fucking, you know, looking at that was the cap obviously we took out on that front, that wasn't reading great, and I would say that was reading quite low on that front, but this one did read okay, unfortunately, but snapped, and you know, you see what I tried to do. I've done my best. I didn't do a bad job trying to wrap it on the outside for the negative, but I couldn't get the positive side. And this cap was alright. It was registering okay, but obviously you can't buy this cap, obviously. So yeah, this one was 18 volt, 400 microfarads. So we've got voltage output on the other ones, but the farads are the same. So obviously it should be alright. Hopefully. I mean, it's that or go without, because there ain't no other option at the end of the day. So, which is not ideal with any of this type of equipment. And also I sent your parcel off on there, so hopefully you should have that very soon on that front. But we need to gain access to this side of the board. Now, if I remember correctly, didn't I just I put this in temporary, didn't I? Or can I get to it from this way? I can't remember. I think I took it out because I put it back in. Obviously, it was a bit of a kerfuffle trying to get these bloody capacitors back in. Well, mind you, saying that, I probably won't need to, because, like I said, I should be able to gain access to it. So hopefully, obviously, I cut where the plus goes. Obviously, that's obviously on that front. Because we had another capacitor to put in. We've got these ones I've just put on there, but we can take this one's got one of these had to come out, don't they? I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, we'll work it out as we go along at the end of the day. But yeah, hopefully, where's my water? Let me just have a quick swig. It's absolutely brass monkeys out there today. It's I like the welcome sign. I always like to put a nice welcome sign up to welcome everyone to come into the stream. I was waiting for Carford to come in and wind Andy up, because he keeps retracting his messages. He can't hack it. It does make me laugh. But yes, so now obviously I must have took that little capacitor out. God knows where did I take that out? I know I must have took it out from here. Let me have a look. I think I took it out from here, because that looks like where yeah, it is, because I can see where the capacitor is. So these capacitors registered okay, right? So obviously I don't need to replace them. Obviously, I mean, I could have used the stood up capacitors, but I like the axles because they're easy lay flat and you don't break any of the legs. Well, I actually say that, yeah, don't break any legs. There's me, you know, talk about the Kettle Black, you know, and there's me fucking saying, you know, I don't break capacitors. No, clearly not. So it don't always work out that way. I mean, I don't do it intentionally. It just happens. It's just the way these things are. So yeah, I have back on the old stream to remind you. Nice one, my friend. I'll have a look. Now this capacitor here, fuck me, how can I see that? Even with a light, let me get my torch, because even with strong light, I still can't bloody see it. The dog's curled up. I think we'll be all right. I think I know roughly. Yes, I think these were coming up at, yes, so they weren't 6 point, so these wasn't 6.6 microfarad. The original ones that I took out is basically saying these were 6.4 at 25 volt. 6.4 at 25. So these are 6.8. So the value is slightly higher by another 0.4 on the microfarad, and obviously we couldn't get 25 volt. We had to get 35 volt. It didn't do that one. It was obviously obsolete at the end of the day. So straight away, looking at the capacitor now, obviously, if I look on the other side, yeah, that's a good point. Which side did I take that off? Because obviously you can reverse these if you're not careful on that front. I think I took it out. I think I took it out that way. That's the route I took it out. So we've obviously got that one there. Diddy. And these bad boys. Now, obviously, these are bigger caps. Now, looking at it, that's actually near enough at the right size of what that originally come off anyway on there. So, looking at a broadcast on it, it's a shame they actually don't sell these bloody caps no more at the end of the day. But obviously, I must have took that cap off a certain way. So we've got, I've got to solder these two at the end of that. But this one, this had to go on to, just having a look to see which way this cap had actually come off, because I would have seen the desolder of where I took that from. So obviously the that would have been the plus. So the back is the plus, and I'm pretty sure that's soldered. Yeah, so it did. So I think I already know where this goes. So this didn't go on the board. So this got soldered to the leg, obviously for the earth, right? Obviously this top side is the live, because it's got the plus pointing up the top on that, and the line is obviously the negative. So the negative side got soldered to the leg, and then obviously because I left the little bit of the red on it, I knew that was going to be the plus, because obviously this was the negative side, and again the plus side was at the top. So I've got it the right orientation. So I should, the only one I wasn't 100% sure, which was that little capacitor, I didn't take notice to which direction that come out from. So that might have had to been, you know, because again, some of these go up to the top. I would say the right orientation, I've got it in the right orientation. The lines all match up the top, which is the negative, and the pluses are all pointing down. And I think that's how I took that off at the end of the day. So I can't see that. I mean, it'll only pop a cap anyway, so at the end of the day, but we'll give it a go. We'll put it on. So the first things first, let me switch this on. I'm gonna need, fuck me, I'm not running out some solder. I've only got this little bit left. I mean, I've got some of that other stuff on there, but this stuff's obviously quite good. It melts quite well. Let me just wrap this up. So I'm going to keep it in the orientation. I think we'll be good to go. I can't see it not being an issue. But it'll get the record player back up and running, he says. So I'm going to play it, at least put it this way. I'll have some spare caps, because if I ever get another vintage record player in, I can get it near enough its value. Which, you know, capacitors, you'll never run it. You know, you need as many different, you know, types of capacitor, obviously when you're doing this line of business, and these type of work that you need on that front. I don't know what that is. You know, obviously I haven't got a clue why they put that in place. But I think I'm going to keep it there, because I think that's about right. The plus looks like it goes down, and then the negative is on the upside. on that, because it looks like that all follows. There was only 3 capacitors inside it. So hopefully, let's grab me. What can I move in here? Right, hold up, because obviously this big beast is obviously taking all the room up. What have I got it on? 450. I think that might be a bit too much. Yeah, hold up. I'll have a read in your message. I'm going to just drop this down to about 400. It's at 450. Bloody hell, that soldering iron, it can get up very quick. Stuart. Stuart, the one that sent me the link, bless him. You see, he's just reacted in Discord, so hopefully it can pop in. Obviously, I'm not going to be as popular as Andy, but Andy has everyone jump on his stream, and MK. I do like MK. He was struggling last night, bless him. You know, it's obviously not easy to try and do reballing and things like that. But as I've said, plenty. You know, I know it's all about learning, but you're learning. I wouldn't learn like that. I'd personally say simple, work your way up, and you know, because that way it builds your confidence, and then you start getting better at your skills. Obviously, what he really should be concentrating on. I mean, I noticed he tried to do a toy and he was struggling even to do that. But it's like I said, don't jump in at the deep end of this stuff. It's not, you know, I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it's true what Joey said. You know, you've got to just. It's all about practicing. You know, until you feel confident, you know, don't attempt it. You know, just try something so simple to do. Actually, bloody would help find a bit of flux. No, not hot glue. Where's my flux? Yeah, there she is. Fluxy there, and what have we got on this side? Now I've obviously got to do this side as well. Cool. I'll put it in a tiny little bottle, and I've got a little bit of a mixture of flux in there, a wax and a thing, and it helps. It just helps. And when obviously flux can be your Achilles heel, it can actually go the other way and it can cause a problem if you have too much. But you've obviously, you want to help it, because especially with these type of old solders, oh fuck me, that stinks. Absolutely smells. Lovely. I'm not bad with my soldering skills. I'm actually, I've never had any issues with any of my on that front. I feel quite confident. I don't get occasionally I might have the shakes, you know, but then because you're trying to hold. This is where the reasons why you shake is because sometimes, I know it sounds daft, but even the soldering iron could be too big. You might. It's like holding a pen. If you hold a pen further up and you try to write, it's going to go all over the place. So the idea is to be as close to the tip to get as precise as possible. That's why they brought out them soldering irons in amongst that other one, and they give you that little short one because it's much more precise. And these are nice and light. It's not heavy at the end of the day. So again, it feels like you're in more control. I might have to crank that up. It's struggling. It shouldn't be struggling. I'll crank it up to 450. I don't like going up to 450 on older vintage stuff. You can start taking the traces off, and then, you know, you've got to do trace repair, and it's not easy to do. We're up to 450. That's better. Much better. This is what I'm saying about now. I've got to be careful here because I've got some wires right underneath where I need a bloody solder. Because remember correctly, I actually desoldered one side of the leg. Solder is your friend. Right, that's love. Jesus, don't breathe it in, guys. I can't put the fume extractor on because it's behind the bloody lid. Okay. How's that going to help with your lungs? Probably not. And that's another thing. Keeping your tip as clean as you can, because again, as tiny as this tip is, and it's really ultra fine, this is what they call precision for micro soldering, because that tip it can get in a really tight place, obviously, where you wouldn't be able to get it because it's really tiny and pointed. But great to get in bits where you normally can't get. So yeah, I'll clean the board up after. So let's put that lid down for a minute. Put that on. Now, obviously, the way that capacitor is with that axle cap. Where's my scissors? They're all pointing on the board. The plus is down, the minus is up. But because I took that out, I didn't take which way that went on the board, and I should have took notice. But looking at that, I'll take a wild guess and say they was all running in parallel with each other at the end of it. So obviously, we can't put that 25 volt one in, because it's not reading, it wasn't reading great. So we've got to go from 6.4 25 microfarad to 6.8 35 volt. So obviously this is going to be a little bit there on that. So I assume to say, right, like most of these caps, I'll take that one out. Obviously, now you've got, now each cap's different. Now obviously on this one, you've got an arrow pointing up at the end of the day. Now, when arrows point up, am I right in saying that's the negative side, and the bottom of the arrow is the plus side? Am I right? I could always quick Google it, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you might. Yeah, he says, yeah, your negative of the cap goes negative on the board. So the negative, obviously on this one, this cap reads completely different to this cap. Obviously there's a little plus telling you that that was a plus side, and obviously a solid line on that front. Yeah, I missed what you just said. So basically what I was saying is this one's got an arrow, right, compared to this one's got a plus and a line. So the line is obviously like a negative, the plus is obviously the top. So on this one, it doesn't have that. These are obviously, this one has an arrow just pointing up. So am I right in saying the arrow that points up is the negative, is that the negative side? And the bottom of the arrow is the negative, so you've got a plus and a negative side. So I would say, no, show me when you're close up. Right, let me have a see if I can a Ganges, and I can show you, obviously. Do you know what? Stay there, it'd be easier because this thing is obviously not the greatest. I'll upload it and I'll put it on the Discord, right? It's going to be a lot easier. So let me go into plus, going to, where's the plus? Camera. Let me see if I can get that capacitor. Yeah, because I know that you're 100%. I just want to make sure I get it around the right orientation. Why it keeps coming up with this? It drives me up that frigging wall, right? You exceeded your limit. I can't lower the camera. This phone is because it's a 250 megapixel camera. You know, obviously it's the Auspice. This is not mine. At the end of the day, this is for work. But I can't lower it. I can't seem to bloody lower the thing, and then I can't seem to upload the picture at the end of it, which drives me absolutely. Because it keeps coming up, no, you've exceeded it. The maximum file size is 10 meg. At the end, if you want more, you have to pay for it. So I can't even upload a freaking picture because of that. So I'm gonna have to do my best here because of that. That's absolutely dire joke. Now, obviously, I can't see that small TV. I'll have to put my goggles on. Hold up. I'll see if I can try. If I actually blow this up. No, not intentionally. Right. That's better. I can see. Right. So, where the arrow is pointing up, am I right in to assume that is the negative side, or the bottom is the plus? That could be the negative. Obviously, I have to come out of it because I blew the bloody screen up. Oh, I can't see the texts. Yeah, you should be able to get the size in the camera of the photo, but I can see it. Look, you can focus, so I can see it a lot better now. So yeah, so what we've got an arrow just pointing up on that front. So hopefully this is this the negative, and this is the positive. I mean, I could put it on the multimeter. I'll know for sure at the end of the day. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I think we'll be all right. I think I'm right. I think the top is the arrow is the negative on that front, because the reasons why I say that, right? Obviously, this being the original one, and if we look at the original, right, you'll see a line, right? Obviously, well, that don't help me on that, but again, the line on there, and then obviously the plus that's on this little capacitor, it wasn't reading through great. It's got a little plus symbol, and it's right at the top, so I know that's the plus. So I assume that because that's the way it was actually put into place. Yeah. So hopefully, I'll double check, but I'm going to just actually, I'm glad I'm doing this because I should really check the resistance, make sure this cap is good, and I'll test it. I'll test it on also the little meter before I put this in. So zero it out. Now, obviously, I'm going to say that the negative, the plus is on the bottom, negative at the top. We're getting a reading of 0.75 microfarad. So what was this supposed to read? This was supposed to read at I've got the bloody caps here, haven't I? So it's supposed to read roughly 6.6, 6.8. So it's registering at 7.3. So I'm going to flip it round. So obviously I'm going to do that. 7.37. But remember, when it's in circuit, it pulls it down. It pulls the resistance down. So hopefully, but I'll pull it on to, so obviously it's giving more than its value. It's slightly higher up in its value. But right, the arrow points towards the negative. Yes, I honestly see, now that can throw you off. You know, I really had an inkling it was going to do that anyway. So I'm going to just double check, because sometimes multimeters do not give you a true value. It can throw you off. I don't care how fancy and how much you spend on them, they always not give you an accurate reading. But we have got, I don't know where this was going. This is reading, right, capacitance on there, it's reading 8,319 nanofarad. ESR reading at 3. Well, that's a little bit high. But I'm going to flip it round, because that could be reading back front. So we'll flip it back round again, try it again, and then read it again. Shouldn't be reading that high. On the multimeter, it was registering about 7.3. 3.1. That's a little bit high. It's a nanofarad. So, you got a nanofarad and a microfarad. Let's just take another one out. Obviously, they must give you about 10 of these bloody things at the end of the day. But I thought it was. So the actual arrow is the negative. I just wanted to confirm it, but I thought I wasn't 100%. I was about 70%. But it's the way they've done it, because the old capacitor, you couldn't make a mistake. So again, I'm going to see what this one reads. That's reading, ESR is really high. It's within its limit. Yeah, this is better. Well, that's registering 2.9. And that's registering at capacitance reading at 8,933 nanofarad. And the ESR is 2.9. Little bit. The other one was registering at 3.1. You really want your ESI. Remember, this is all about smoothing to get rid of like noise interference. 2.8. A little bit better. Not great. I would have liked to see the ESR rating on these down to about 1. You know, you're never going to get them to 0. This is probably the reasons why they probably give you a pack of them. But I always go from terminals 1 to 3. So we've got a 3.1 ESR reading, 2.8, 3.1. So obviously some of these, so far I'll put that one to the side because that one's registering at 2.8. I really want the ESR rating low, hopefully. Yeah, never goes to nowhere. So I was, at least I know, I thought I was right on that phone. I just wanted to, but it wouldn't take long because you'd have only had to Google it. If you ever get stuck and there's no one to offer help, Google it. At the end of the day, there's no point trying to send pictures, especially on that Discord. It's a bloody joke because especially if it keeps saying you've got to sign up to Nitro. Yeah, they're not daft, are they? How much they charge a month? So again, I've got one registering. These are all registering 3.1, 3.2, 3.0. That's actually registering a little bit higher. That's at 9,000. So you want that down as low as possible. Because remember, when it's in circuit, it will pull it down. It only takes a few minutes just to check these capacitance. So far, that seems to be the lowest. I'll really want to aim for as low as possible to try and get it as it is. 3.2, 9.1, so that. So obviously that's pulling close to nearly 8 microfarad, which I don't really want, which is not ideal. What I need it for. But where you've got other components like resistors and transistors, it will pull it down to its resistance, but it will still be higher than normal. That's even better. 9.347 nanofarad, and the ESR on that is 2.3. That's the lowest yet. So these are registering really high with the ESR rating. That means it's got a much higher tolerance. It's obviously peaking to the point where you want to keep your ESR as low as possible because it keeps the, you know, the levels at the right levels. You know, it's not peaking and starts, you know, having, it's like a runaway train. So I'm hoping to get that. That's the closest one yet. 3.6. These are getting way out of tolerance on that front. ESR on these, if I'm close, shouldn't register no more. Then you start spiking to 4, then these start turning into like, you know, like a resistor, which you don't really want. That one so far is the lowest. It's 2.3. I really wanted it down to about 1, but I'm happy with that. It's going to be, that will be near enough in its tolerance levels anyway. 3.3. So far, out of that packet of 10, yeah. So it's like you said, for the sake of these capacitors, it always pays you just to quickly test them. I know that, but again, these cheap Chinese knockoff ones, these ain't great. They're cheaply manufactured. ESR 3.2. So far, out of that entire pack, 1 is the lowest on the ESR rating. And it ain't going to make no difference on here. If I flip it back, you know, back, forward, they're still registering, you know. So that's the only one on there. It's registering at 2.3, 3.1. So we've got only 2 that entire pack of capacitors, right? All of these are registering at 3.6, 3.3, 3.2, 3.1. These 2, especially that one's 2.3, and that one's registering at 2.8 on the ESR reading. So I would say out of that, I'm really shocked at that pack, but this is what you get with the bloody capacitors, you know, unless you start getting like the Ruby. If you start getting all the good stuff, obviously, you know, you've got to make sure they're for audio, but it's only for smoothing. It's only to take out the noise that gets transmitted through capacitors. So, which is, you know, that's the idea of trying to keep its true value, because the last thing you want to do is, you know, you don't want to put a higher capacitance in, because you know you're going to take out a component next to it, which is not ideal. But in this line of work, it obviously can't be helped, because you've got to try and get it as close as you can, because you start altering all its values in a circuit, it's going to cause problems. So we're going to stick with that one, right? So I'm going to put that one in. So that was the only other one that's registered at 2.8. The rest were all over 3 on the ESR readings. So, you know, not great, but we've got 1 out of that lot. So, negative, arrow going up. Good. Right, as I thought it would be. Let's make sure I get this round the right way. And obviously the axles are so much better, because they just slot into place a lot easier on that front. So, now I've got to get my soldering iron, which I haven't got hardly any room because of this. This should actually, once I've got to put the other cap in. So what I'm going to try and do, obviously, I'm trying to sit down. You can't, I've got to be careful, because I don't want to yank any of these. Oh, fuck, that was hot. Yeah, guys, don't burn yourself. Don't do what I do. And please don't copy me. I'm not a profession. But it's only for entertaining purposes only. It must be entertaining for you, because you can see someone else make mistakes. But we've all got to get there. Right, that leg's in. Lovely. This is why I wanted to get a precise soldering iron, because again, I've got to work with in circuit with all these wires, and that's gone on lovely. This is why a soldering iron is the most crucial part on when you're doing electrics. You know, it's because, again, if that was too big, if that tip was too big, then you're going to struggle trying to get, because you've got all these other components right next. So remember, these wasn't done by humans, these were done on a manufacturing scale. So these would have been done on like robots, or this would have been, the circuit would have all been open, and then they would have just gone in robot. But I'm not saying they wouldn't use humans, because they probably would, to put speakers and other bits in. So these would have been off like finishing touches. But when you put components in, everything was done on a large scale. So on that front, but we are sort of logged into there. So I need cutters. Yeah, good luck. Where are they? Oh yeah, I'm right in front of me. Cool. So let me snip the legs. Nice. I'm going to leave a little bit of the leg on, just in case if I have to take that out. I've got a little bit of wiggle room on that front, you know. But that wire got bloody melted, obviously, on that front. But we've not glued, but we put all that back. All I've got to sort out now is that other big axle cap, which has got to go on this side of the leg. So obviously I've got wires there. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to leave that leg on, and I could just solder to it, which makes my job a lot easier. And because I've left that red one on, that makes that again easier for me, because I knew that's the plus. And then she should be done. So again, they've made this one just like the original. They've put a plus at one end, negative at the other. That makes it so much easier into it. So I won't have any issues. I've just got to be careful on that front of putting this on. Actually, before I do that, let's put that back in there for a minute. Actually, I didn't even check the ESR readings on this. Let's just quickly check it. So let me just plug her in. Now this is supposed to register at 400 microfarad. Put it on 1. Just want to check the ESR readings. Because I didn't give it a check. I should have. We did read about just under 8. 605 microfarad. Look at the ESR reading on that. Fantastic. 0.15 of an ohm at the end of the day. So that's how you want it. You want it 0. Ideally, you want it 0 as possible, which you really hard to get. You might get 0.1, which I've had. I've never had a 0, but that's really good. And capacitance on that, 605 UF. So what was the capacitance on these? 600 and what? On these, oh, I forgot what bloody ones it was. I think it was 400. Well, it was registering at 400. So 400 microfarad. It says 200 microfarad over at the end of the day. But remember, you're reading it in circuit. And again, looking at the leg on this, I've just noticed that the minus leg, right, is a lot longer. The plus is a lot shorter. I've not even cut that. So that's obviously another telltale sign. Because if you take one of the other capacitors, if you take one of these, right, you look. Now this is how it throws you off about learning about capacitors. Look at the difference. This side is the exact same length as that side. But on this one, they've made one shorter, one longer. But most of the cheap Chinese crap ones, right, and these weren't cheap, far from it, but obviously it's the way they manufactured them, but they've manufactured the exact same size in length. So it would have made it easier if they would have just made one slightly smaller and saying, oh, that's the plus. Or, you know, that's the side. And then the longer one's the negative, like they did here. You know, it's attention to detail, really. I mean, you honestly thought they would have put it in, but no, they didn't. So, I've got to try, actually. Yeah. So I've got to try and wrap the negative leg, which I wanted to do. I wanted to wrap the negative leg over. Then I can solder. No, that's obviously. Because obviously this capacitor has got to go here. So. Where's my little pliers? Got to be careful here because this is what happened with the last one, right? I was really careful with what I was doing, and it just snapped off the bloody leg, and there's nothing I could have done. I thought, you sod, you know. I'd just like to make sure that it's wrapped round and it's got a really good connection. Hopefully. Just going to just squeeze that ever so slight like that. That's got a better connection now. I feel a lot more happy with that. Right, cool. Now I can solder. It's got something to solder against. Would help if I put a little bit of flux on. Yeah. So I could have just done with that bloody tip just to be a little bit longer. No, that solder comes straight off. This is why it's vital for this to stick. That's better. I like to make sure it's got a blob and it's gone right over the leg. So it's got a nice, fuck, that's hot. That's hot. To my finger. That was hot. I forgot. Yeah. That's why. Like all stuff, you think, oh, that'd be cooled down instantly. Nah. Take your time. Just, seriously, that was really, really hot. But let me show you. The bloody camera don't pack up. I'll show you exactly what I've done. And the torch. Obviously, I've wrapped the leg close as I can round on that corner, right? So what I've done, because I wanted to make sure it's gone right over both of the legs, so it's got a nice bond to it at the end of the day, and that's got a lovely bond to that. So that's not going to go nowhere. So now I can splice that, cut that off. And like I said, this is obviously going to be earthed out on that front. Well, this looks like an isolation. I don't know why they've done that on that front, because obviously, you know, they must have had some issues of going in, because that's not even touching on the other side. So it's obviously got a plastic lug, and I've not took this off, but that was the side I desoldered it. So it must be like a filter. This, like I said, when it goes in circuit, this must act like a filter to obviously take some of the noise, because the audio will have a lot of noise going through. So I've still got to do the other bit yet, which is on the top part here. So I've got this bit to do. But Let's see if we can get that done. So the capacitor that I put in, point on there. So the capacitor I put in, obviously, I replaced this one at the end of the day because the other one was really high ESR rating, which this one's quite low, 2.3, and obviously the value obviously is upped in this slightly. But remember, it's going through a pot. It's going through you're going through the transistor sides. So you've got transistors and diodes. You know, obviously I can't see any diodes in here at the end of the day. Probably just resistors. So the resistors will pull that power down anyway. But I'm hoping that one obviously reads a lot better than compared to its predecessor. You know, we checked these were fine. That's why I pulled them outside one side of the leg to test them. It did. It read okay. It was just very unfortunate. This one decided to thinking no on that front. Obviously, because the capacitor laid here, right? So I've got to wrap that round that post up here, which is obviously not the easiest thing to do, but at least I know. Sorry guys, let me see if I can try and get you on board. And that's what it's all about. It's all about watching, getting this on board. See that? Now that's come straight off. So took that one off. Cool. So what I've got to try and do now is it's obviously going through. It's going through to that pin. This pin here. That's where it's going. So what I've got to try and do now, I've got to put that back on. Right, let me put this back. Sorry. Let's put that back on first. And let's take my little, let's say hello to my little friend. Let's just give that a little bit of curving, and then what we can do like that, create a little hoop, and I'll show you what I've done. Obviously, I've created a little tiny hoop there. Where is my little pokey poke? That's it, my little pokey ones. So basically, and that will then, hopefully, if I can move that down ever so slight, because I want to get that soldered right there, like that. So I wanted to take it just how it was on the original. So what I've created there is just, if I pull that then creates on that type of hook system, and then I could just put a blob of solder like that. Then I could put a blob of solder on top of that, and we're good to go. Even vintage stuff is not easy to work on. It's just not. I mean, it's obviously going to be, you know, hopefully. I mean, I've always liked having a newer capacitor because obviously, ideally, you know, a lot of these capacitors, I would say, just change them. I mean, you know, in the sake of science, you know, I know you obviously can't do that because it's obviously you're trying to get. Look at that. That's perfect. Absolutely spot on. That's covered. Not only hugged that leg, I've got a nice pyramid shape, and that's just what you want. Nice little pyramid shape. That's what I said. My soldering skills ain't too bad. I don't have any issues with soldering. At the end of it, I probably wouldn't be too bad at micro soldering, but I haven't done it. It's not easy, but I've got confidence in this because look how thin that is, and you need that on them pins because they're really ultra thin, and you need the finest tip. And I noticed that Joey does that. He's got one very similar to this, obviously, and I've seen them. Like you said, they go straight on because you need the finished tip. So far we're good. We're actually all good on this front there. So in theory, this should be done. Let me just put this back. Great little soldering line, though. It is. I'm really impressed with it. Oh, we've knocked the bloody camera, and guess what? The camera's fucking froze. Am I not surprised? Crying out loud. Right, okay. Wow. Am I not surprised on that front? There you go. This camera tends to have, as soon as I sort of like move it around too much, yep, goes into freeze mode. So, looking at that, right, we've got the capacitor. Obviously, I've got to put this back on the board, which obviously goes in that little screw hole at the end of the day. But that's how the original one come off, right? It's not shortening out on anything. It's not touching anything at the end of the day. This, obviously, I soldered it to that leg, but that leg's not even connected on that front, which I'm really surprised because I thought that would have been earthed down. But we've got white wire coming off from one of these. We've got from the resistor. We've got white wire coming off the resistor going straight onto this. So obviously this must act, because again it looks like it's isolated. It's not connected to anything. It's just going to a resistor. So it's obviously pulling the resistance from the negative side connected to a black which goes to earth. Then why don't they just grind it out? I mean, I'm not being funny. If you're going for all that resistance with a white wire for it being connected, it doesn't make sense. So anyway, now the main thing is, right, now I'm going to test it just as it is, because there's no point. Obviously, before I do that, I'm going to put this back ever so, because I know what's going to happen. This will fucking go back on itself and then something on there. So we've changed the caps. That's one good aspect. Hopefully. Now, well, it would help, wouldn't it? I should have put my glasses on. I'm only putting it on back and front. Yeah. Anyway, but we've got there. I'm not going to do that back just yet. Screwdriver. Hopefully you'll get your part soon, your battery. Can't wait to see that stream. I'm hoping you can get it going. I didn't have confidence in it because, to me, it seemed like to me it was trace. It wasn't making a connection, and that was the message I sort of got. It come across. It just wasn't making a great connection, and I think the issue that I run into, the issue is that them bloody connectors. So what I'm going to do is, really, I should put them back, shouldn't I? But for the sake of science, I should, stop fucking about. Just put them back in. Obviously, they've all screwed it. It's all like soldered down now anyway. Mind you, these screws look like they've seen better days. So all we swapped out, all I've done really, I swapped the value of that out because it wasn't great, wasn't reading right. Even out of circuit, it wasn't reading right, which I'll prove it. This was supposed to be in 6.4 at 25. I'm going to see if I can try and bend a pin. So it's supposed to register at 6.4. If it can read from it. It wasn't, when I did test it, it didn't read great. Yeah. ESR reading on that, that's ridiculous. ESR reading was off the chart, 11. So now that's acting like a resistor. That's basically, that's actually, ESR, the chart reading on that from 6.4, it's registering at 11 microfarad. It's actually registering at past 10 as a 10 microfarad. So it's way over capacitance on that front. And the ESR is going to, that's going to push it so high on that front, is because obviously that's what's doing it, because obviously the ESR ratings, it can't read it properly, because obviously it's partly dried up. So good thing I changed that cap. It did need changing on that front. Hopefully that will give it a little bit of a, you know, a better sound, because that will pull more stuff in. Lucky enough, the other caps are okay. They're registering good, so we haven't got any issues with the other caps. But that wasn't reading a good capacitor. I just knew it wasn't reading as a good cap. I thought I had other. Hold up a minute. No, these are not. That's what I don't like. Should have read. Should have gone in here. And I've got to put that bar thing on, because look, I've got the bloody bar bit in here and I didn't do that at all. Let's do that quickly. So I've managed to find all of the bits for the managed to find all the bits now for that other thing. So I've got a couple of other bits down here to repair at the end of the day, which is cool. Right, now obviously this is like a shield, isn't it? So basically, I know why they do it, just to shield it, make sure components on that front are not going to shorten out. So I assume that goes at the bottom. That won't be at the top, because you've got other components in. It's a little bit close. Yeah, I even wrote on it was bad. So yeah, it obviously did make sense to pull this, take it out. The state of that, it's like brass or something. Obviously it's full of wires. You know, once it's put in here, you don't really need it. So first things first, let me put this one in, obviously, because that otherwise it's going to touch all the components and shorten it all out. So no, it did make sense to actually put this in. I've got to admit, no, I don't know, you know, some people are not bothered about vintage. I love vintage. I absolutely love vintage stuff. I think it's one of my all-time passions at the end of it, because you're you know, like you said, you don't get to see this wonderful gear no more at the end of it. And people say, oh, I'm not really bothered, you know. Well, no, clearly not. I mean, it's not for everyone. I'm not saying that, you know, but I don't see many vids, live streams actually doing, you know, vintage repairs at the end of it. All I see is, like, you know, I like to be a little bit versatile. I'm not saying, you know, but there's too many videos seeing Nintendo Switches, Xbox being fixed at the end of the day, because they're modern components. Everyone owns these. What they don't realise is some of this stuff you're never going to get to see. You'd never get to see this stuff again except in a museum. I like to try and reserve it, get it back, and you know, and this will serve its purpose again. And these stuff sound nice. They got a lovely sound. These sound just as good as a modern bit of an appliance, like they did with my Pioneer one over there. You know, and that's just it. You know, I would like to see more of this stuff being, you know, fixed, but you will run into the problems what we're running into right now, which is getting components for it. Well, I'll put it the other way, wouldn't it? What a crank. You're not. I'm only putting the foil side down and shortening all the bloody components out. Yeah. I mean, I won't even bother, but I like to just put it back to the way it was. It's just to keep the top part away from all the other components. But this record player's got that, definitely got that nostalgic smell. That's what I love about it. But I even see MK struggling last night. I knew he weren't going to do it. It's because, like you said, it's not the easiest thing to master at the end of it. Yeah, so I mean, so the idea is to stop the components, something touching, you know, shortening out on the underneath, and don't know why they put it on there, but I knew MK was going to struggle with it. I just knew he was, because I thought you know, obviously that's for an advanced, you know, to try and diagnose and to do repairing things like that. You know, you've got to understand its values. You've got to understand, you know, obviously it's all right following the traces, but you can't see a broken chip, or you can't see a broken capacitor, ceramic capacitor. And not everyone, like me, I haven't got one of those infrared cameras because they're bloody expensive. They are dear. So, you know, yeah, by all means, you know, it's obviously, and even that, well, sometimes that can even send you around chasing. Now, last night I noticed that when he done injection voltage into one of the capacitors, one of the chips, he didn't spot it. I think it was, I don't know if it was 8-bit or it was one of them in the chat, but I actually saw it live on there while he was streaming, that one of the chip, when he put IPA on, because that's another good telltale sign, but that sometimes that will help you more than a camera, by dumping a little bit of IPA on the components, and you know, obviously injection voltage, and you'll see which component's getting hot, you know. And but again, you're not really diagnosing it, you're just assuming, but that might be pulling the right voltage because you're putting injection voltage right next to it, so it is going to get hot at the end of it. So sometimes that can help, sometimes not. But even that, I actually did see that got instantly hot, and I went, well, it shouldn't really. If he cranks it up to 1 amp, which is more than enough, 2 amps is in maximum. You don't want to push any more because of other little components next to it. And but he didn't change it. He just, and then he took the other chip off, because I think all the others was like mucking around on the stream, and he was trying to guide him through it at the end of it. But the only thing I didn't put on was this, which I am not really bothered, to be totally honest. But we shouldn't have any components. I'm not happy with that. They shouldn't be sitting protruded like that. Let's take that out. Obviously that's gone in. No. So obviously it's not sitting 100% straight. This is why I don't like these. It is now. She's sitting sound as a pound. Right, so I don't know what this bloody thing is. I haven't got a clue what that is at the end of it. It must be something in circuit. I don't like it just floating around like that. Not, you know, but if I keep it away from other components. So we've got the caps in. I'm hoping I've got that cap the right way, because that was a guess. We've got that in, that's soldered. Obviously we've put this back now so it ain't bridging. Just want to make sure that there ain't nothing touching on that side, which I want to double check. Where's my plier? Where's my little tweezers? I think we're good, because that looks like that's coming off from one of the brown wires at the end of the day. I just don't want it touching or grinding out. No, we're good. We're good. So we can put this back. Cool. Right, I'm just gonna leave it there. It's enough to test it. Right? So we've got all of this put back in. Now, will it go yay or nay? I reckon it'll be alright. Have confidence in your work. Otherwise, what's the point? Or, better still, do we get a magic smoke? I can hope not. I've had enough magic smoke lately. I don't do that intentionally. Right, switched off. Hold up. At the moment, it's switched off. Right, so I'm going to switch her on. It's switched off. Told you. So I did have that around the right polarity. Otherwise, we'd have had the magic smoke. Would have gone. Do we get a hum? We get a slight hum, just like it did before. So let me leave that on. Let me go and grab a record. So, as usual, I've got the big console movie themes, and I've got Sonia. Good old Sonia. Why is that back the front? How has that happened? Right, yes, actually, does it still work? We get a moving platter. Again, not the greatest, no, is it? I mean, you know, that's at 45. That's at 33 at 7-inch. 33 on that front. Now, I ain't switched that on for ages at the end of the day, but it sort of still struggles. I still put it down to that motor with some of them counterbalance weights on that front, but it does move. That's the main thing. So that motor's struggling. It's just struggling. Feels like something's not right with the needle. Oh, great, lovely. Really? Don't think that needle's right. Something's wrong with that needle. Don't look like there's a bloody needle on it, to be honest. Wow. Obviously, you can hear it. Feels like it's got nothing there. No. So something's not right with the needle. I'll read your message, bud. That needle don't sound right. You can hear a little bit of noise on that front through the capacitors. So they would have definitely been. Read your message. Yeah, has the needle broken? That's what I'm thinking. I reckon the needle's broke, you know. Fucking hell. Fix one thing, something else breaks. Yeah, it's like everything, isn't it? Good old trusted vintage. Never straightforward. Just take all that shitty solder out. I reckon you're right. I reckon that needle's broke. Now how the heck is that broke? And they don't look the easiest thing to get out. Yeah, it has broke. Yeah, you're right, it's broke. What's the bloody chances of that? Hold up, can I take the needle out of the bush one and plonk it over? Hold up. Right, I've got the needle out, right? I think you're right, I think the needle's broke. It is broke. Yep, there's no needle on it, you're right. Now, how the heck is that broke? The 78 and the LP. Obviously that's the 78 and then the LP side is at the bottom and there's nothing at the bottom. It's literally just nothing there. Oh, that's a bummer, isn't it? Actually, let me go and take the one out of the other one, see if I can swap it over. Great. Well, now it needs a needle. Yeah, just like the rest of it. But the main thing is, we have got, it is sort of like, if I turn it up, we just got a slight, ever so slight hum, which you're going to get that anyway, because some of that you're going to get feedback through the transformer. Transformers always give off a slight hum, but I mean I've already replaced 2 capacitors on this, but at least the value works. That's the main thing. You know, we've got near enough the right value, obviously, because I've run into the problems. So to me, it's a sort of, again, partial fix on that front, but we still didn't really, ideally, you know, really wanted that really sorted out, because obviously it does pull, but it don't pull great. But the bloody needle is such a shame. Yeah, it might have been when you had that bit of a noise from the original, from that sound. Actually, yeah. Let me see if I can just go and pinch the other needle off the other one and see what that's like. Should be able to pinch one off them. Dirty bronzings. I don't like that dirty bronzings, it's trouble. Right, so obviously I took this one off the other record player. Obviously we got difference. That ain't gonna fit. So let me put that one back. Now these are coming up too short. The downset and the fidelity, they're near enough identical to each other on it. They're near enough. Again, they've got a short leg comparing to the long leg. I don't think that's going to go in. What a bummer. Well, that's pissed things up, isn't it? Completely. Now, obviously, the reasons why that won't fit is because this stem looks thicker and it won't slot in. So we've got a much thinner stem compared to this one, is much wider. Oh well. But the main thing is I've put all the capacitors back, so I won't have to get to that again. I just won't have to. That's all done. To me, that's solved. But it looks like now I'm gonna have to go cartridge hunting and look for the needle for one of these record for this side. Chances are we didn't get no magic smoke, so I'll put them round the right way for sure on that front. But that's a pisser, because now obviously I can't get no sound that's going to be coming out of it, because again the needle's broke on that front. Oh, and there's the needle. Look, I've just found it. It's over here. God almighty, it's tiny. It's really when I say the word tiny, it really is. I'm going to have to point to it because you're not going to see it. It's really nanoscale. It's right here. That is it. My God, that is small. That is, when I say small, that really is small at the end of it. Obviously, there's not a lot I can do on that front, but at least I can put this back together. But what I can do is just double check, because again it seems to just struggle a little bit. But I thought, let the capacitors charge up. Right, the good thing is about these old record players, they used to just say, no, leave them, let them warm up a bit, because the capacitors have all got to charge up and get to it. Yeah, they're right. It's not going to work straight off the bat. Remember, this thing's nearly as old as me. If anything, so I'd say it's more than over 50 years old. I just want to see if that motor's struggling. Yeah, it is. It just near enough goes, then it stops, and then look. It just stops. And I greased all that. I did. I ain't worried, it's an old record. Then it stops. So, with like a lot of these things, we have got the sand on it, but, well, we did have, but we ain't anymore, because obviously the bloody needle's broke on this one, on that front. But what I could do is just put this back together. I'll put a note saying that I've replaced the caps. Obviously, I still put it down to that transformer at the back of it, and I reckon the counterweights, obviously, some of them are missing on that front, and that's probably not helping that, because again they have to be balanced, because it's sitting on the magnet, and the magnets, and I reckon also that the magnetism on that is obviously like not as strong as it used to be, because again it can deteriorate over time. This being over 50 years old, I would say, yeah, you know, like a lot of these lot of modern components, and this is the trouble with vintage stuff. I personally think there's nothing wrong with the you know, because there's a lot of mechanicals on there. It's all being nicely greased, and it is making a connection. But that little where it sits on that little on that platter, that wheel spinning. Obviously, if that was a belt system, that would have been a much better system because then you could have just replaced the belt. But the way they've done it on these old vintage ones, they wasn't like that, and that's probably why you see a lot of these spares or repair, because I reckon they've all got the same issue. They're either the capacitors are dried up, probably like they're easy to change over if you can get them. Like I've just swapped these ones out, but I reckon that transformer is obviously it's lost its magnetism over the years, and obviously the counterweights underneath they shouldn't be missing. So you know again that's just to balance it to make sure. But I reckon a lot of it's due to the magnetism. It's not great on there, and I reckon that's the main issue why this is struggling, because obviously the voltage is going through it, through the coil, and because that's got surrounded by magnets and it's trying to pull its resistance, magnets do lose magnetism over time. You can repolarize them, you can actually charge them up on that front, and that's what it needs. It needs something stronger to make that wheel spin faster. But I have helped it by putting a little drop of oil and thing on it, but it seems to struggle. I mean, I'll put it on. I mean, it's obviously, look, but it's not pulling the way it should be. For a 33, that should be a little bit faster than that, obviously. You know, just ever so little bit faster. So I reckon that's obviously not helping, because as soon as you actually put it, it slows it, because now it's trying to turn a mechanism as well as the record. And I reckon that's what's causing that issue. Yeah, what I would have done is ordered a new stylus, but kept an eye open for another one, the same one, that's got a fault with the circuit board. And yes, that's a good possibility. I mean, you know, I probably would do that. I mean, this one is actually a lovely piece. We have heard this working at the end of the day. All right, we obviously replaced the capacitors, so I've done what I says it as in that front. Obviously now we've got a broken stylus, but you're right. I think what I'll do is put all this back, right? Put that to one side. So obviously we've got a broken stylus there because due to that piece. I'm going to put this stylus back because I don't want these bloody styluses come out. And I still want to test the amplifier. I want to test the tape and obviously we've got a microphone connection in there. And looking at them is absolutely, they're filthy. They're really like corrosion inside. So a little bit of contact cleaner, putting the connectors in, obviously, on that front. But I would say, yeah, I think I'll do that. I think you're right. I think if we go down the route of, I'll look out for a broken one, see if I can get one cheap on that. It's like I said, I ain't worried about the ball being busted. It's the mechanics of these are really hard to get hold of at the end of the day. And I would rather have one of these. I would like to have this fully working, but I don't think I'm ever going to solve that problem on that. Because I think they're all going to have the same issue. I think they're just going to, but at least try and get a stylus for it on that front. Let me put the stylus back, I'll be with you. Shame that it has to come to that, some of these bits, but you know, but this is what tends to happen when you're getting for vintage gear. You're not going to get a perfect on that front, but it didn't go bang. So obviously the capacitors, even though they were slightly a little bit different in its value, it still worked. I can now confirm that, you know, I thought if the capacitors are slightly a little bit too high, it's going to affect it in circuit. Again, ESR readings you don't want them high, because it's not ideal. So we haven't got to take this off. We haven't got to change none of that. The caps have been changed, which is, you know, one good aspect. So I can now put the screws back into this, which we got two at the side there. Shame that the bloody needle's broke now. Always the same. Now, I don't know how much the stylus is going to be for one of them, but I'm going to say off the top of my head, it's going to be about 20 quid. But these, like I said, you're never going to get to see one of these ever again. You just won't. I mean, I've not known to see anyone else that's got one of these old vintage record players. It's 9 out of 10. They're either in a museum or they're literally, you know, because the charities won't take them. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the way they look at it, they're not going to be, they're in it, like all charities, they're in it to make money, not to spend money on that front. Like all charities always have. And they're not going to say, oh, we'll get that fully restored, that'd be worth more money. No. Then they're an organisation, like all charities, that they will not do that. They would rather cut their loss, move on to something that they know they can flip quick and take the money. Because that's all charities do. It's just looking for a quick flip. They're not worried about its vintage values at the end of it, which they won't. They won't be interested in the values of what this could be worth at the end of the day. If these ones are fully working, they're anywhere retailing up to about 150 plus, you know, fully working. They're not going to, obviously, I'm sure they're not bothered. The way they look at it is, they would rather get something. We'd rather get, even if it's pittance money, we'll get something on it, better than no money at all. We'll just send it off to a recycling side. Now, to me, you'll never get to see that ever again. And but oh yeah, I forgot about that. That has got to go in now. Now I can put this all back now because obviously I ain't got to worry about all of this. Good. I'm not going too mad because I know what'll happen. Right now, obviously we got the dials from. Hold up. I'm taking that. You know what this is for, didn't you? This is for the Dan set. For fuck's sake, I'm taking the Dan set ones. Oh. I'm taking the Dan. I'm taking the Dan set screws. Shouldn't be touching him. Then that's not for this. Obviously, the dials on this. I'm just going to put the dials in there, right? Because obviously, I will come back to this once we get record player. Let me just get a bag to put these bits in. So I like to have a couple of bags and just put the bits in it so that way you don't get lost. And then put like but yeah, I think it was a sensible. Oh, camera's froze again. Oh, am I not surprised? Fucking cameras always. Camera freezes up more times than the Arctic, I reckon. Alright, hold up. Every time, can't I have something that just works off the bat at the end of the day? Obviously, you can't have anything that works off the bat. Yeah, it's worth spending a bit getting the parts for a broken one. It's like £500, which for fully. Really, is this much as that? Wow. I mean, I think it was a sensible move replacing that. ESR rating on that was 11, and obviously it wasn't reading nowhere near its value. So, all right, we've took a 25 volt and we've put a 35 volt in. So we've, even though we got near enough and we couldn't get near enough to 6.4, we got a 6.8. So we've not only upped the value, but we've also upped the voltage on that. But it won't take nowhere near that. I can't see that ever. I mean, these are only safety margins. This is what they recommend. It's because it's a safety margin. But when it's under load, obviously it might get close to that. I don't think if a capacitor was ever rated at full capacitance, it will not only get hot, it will pop. So I think they only put these in as a safety precaution, just to make sure that it's pulling from one cat to another. Obviously that's what gives it its boost, but I don't think it'll push nowhere near its value anyway. So obviously I proved it. I've put it on, and it was, obviously we didn't get no magic smoke on that front, but it's such a shame. But the main thing is, at least we've put the capacitors in, and I thought that might cause problems, and on that front. Car 4, how you doing? Yeah, no retracting your messages. yeah. Oh, it's a shame you missed that. Yeah, high voltage will always work. Yeah, it's true. I mean, at the end of the day. Yeah. So yeah, it's a shame that the needles got broke. Bloody needle got broke in the process. Actually, come to think about it, where is it? So what? Oh, the fucking camera's froze again. I've not even touched it. Seriously? You bang it and then it ends up just playing up. Wow. That's actually a shocking. What it was, when I was putting the cap in, the needle got broke accidentally, and it's sheared off on one side. The 78's on there, but the 33's broke it. Oh yeah, for crying out loud! At the end of the day. So yeah, yeah, no, yeah, do an Andy and retract your messages. So what I do, I think you're right, Pico. I'm going to come. I think because this is such a lovely piece of equipment on this front, I think that I'll try and get another one broken. And there's plenty of broken ones on there. I'll try and get one as cheap as I can. I'm going to have a browse around tonight and have a look, because if that board is all smashed up, as long as the whole thing is fine, it's getting parts which you won't never get. Obviously, I'm going to need a new needle on that front, or something in the equivalent. But I would like to put this up, get all this done. So let's put that to one side. So I managed, as I was digging out, I did actually manage to find some bits for the some of the other things on there, like this, which I did want to. I haven't booted this up. Look how much dust on it. I haven't booted that up for so long. I lost the power supply for it. I found a power supply. I actually found it as I was going through sorting everything out. There's the power supply. It's got a really weird power supply on this, because it's got one of these type of plugs, like a 4-pin. So obviously this ain't been booted up for such a long time. I've got to try and put the pins on these. I've got to go in a certain way. I wanted to boot it up and see. I can't remember. Did I put Windows 10 on this? Because if it is, it's not being supported no more. These probably wouldn't on that front. Fuck me, you can't even get the bloody plug in. Yeah, there you go. Right, she's in. Right. Yeah, I knock everything off, then nothing works. Let's turn that soldering iron off, otherwise burn it out. I think I'll need a cloth, because this is really not obviously in the best conditions. It's got absolutely smothered. Let's give it. It's got all fucking tape over it. I mean, it's got so many dog's ears and wasp named on it because, like you said, this is one of those diner order ones. I will get that though. I think you're right. I think restoring that old record player, that one's got some value to it. It's worth restoring. But the capacitors work. That's the main issue. It does work. We didn't get no magic smoke, no Puff the Magic Dragon or anything like that. We didn't get we didn't get nothing. So that looks a little bit better. Oh, you didn't do underneath, did you? Jesus. Is she really a dusty? Look at the dust on that. That is damn right disgusting. Right, so we should have an on and off underneath. We've got a green light. America Megatronics, or it's the Megatrains. The Megatrains. It's B4 is coming up. I couldn't find the power supply to it. I lost it. I've got it because it all came in. So I don't even know what it's got on it. That's not Windows 11. It's got activate Windows. Oh right. Oh well, that's buggered things up straight away. Anyone got any spare keys? Now, if I remember correctly, this is all touchscreen, so you shouldn't have to worry about needing mouse or anything. So we can just touch it, and I think that is, looking at that, I mean, this will make a great jukebox on that front. I think it personally it would make a great jukebox. Windows isn't activated. Well, that's obviously. Obviously, we've got keyboard that we can come up, so we can sort of like, you know, do your typing. So yeah, I would say, you know, on that front, you know, that would definitely be a win on that. But obviously, it would be a lot easier if I just had a bloody mouse to plugged into it, and then I can use it that way. But I don't think I have. The mouse plugged into that one. I ain't got a clue where it is. Let's see if I can take the mouse out of. Let's take it out of this one and plonk it underneath. Yeah, I can plonk that underneath, and then I can use this mouse. Cool. And then I can use the wireless mouse. That'd be a lot easier. Here we go. Personalize. I want settings. So this ain't been turned on for a hell of a long time, and I'm really surprised how well that's worked. Yeah, just download your jukebox software and then use it similar. That'd be great. I mean, you know, that's what I said. That'd be fantastic for looking at for jukebox software. Would be fantastic for this. Well, obviously, look. I mean, we've got zeros on there, obviously, because it needs the software to run the display, for the back end of the display. But you can always dismantle that. You know, you don't need it. And the main thing is, this runs. It seems to run quite fast. So it's obviously, I want to get the information so I can see what we are dealing with. So if I go into, if I remember correctly, we go into that PC, and then I'll go into properties, and it should pull me up the information I need, and it does. So straight away, we've got 4 gigs of RAM on this. I don't know what type of RAM. It's probably going to be DDR3, probably on that. We've got an Intel Celeron clocked at 199 megahertz at the end of it. Windows 10 Home Edition, well, yeah, well that's going to be an issue. Windows 10 is not being supported, but it won't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, it's on that front. But 64-bit operating system, so like most of these always are. I don't think the early stuff was, most of it's all 64 on that front. But we got 4 gigs, so it makes the minimum requirements to run Windows 11. You need about that front. But I'm sure I can. I'm sure now I've got the power supply, I could do my magic on this and take this off. The trouble with Windows 11, it needs TPM 2.0, but I will use a piece of my software and I'll bypass it from the TPM requirements. Just run a script. I'll just put a script on it, run it on a USB stick, and the script will bypass it. Worms, how you doing, Ray? Yeah, you can bypass DPM. Yeah. Well, saying that, 25H2, they've put a protection where you can't bypass it, but if you know your way around computers like I do, I won't have any issues. I will still get around it. What they've done, they put a script command actually in the core system. So if you're doing it on earlier previews like 21H2, they wasn't implemented, so I can bypass it through. As an administrator, I can go through that way. I'll run a certain script and it will just bypass the TPM and then it will just carry on that front. So yeah, I'm running Windows 11 LTSC. Bloody hell. So yes, LTSC is the long-term supporting aspect on that front. They did do it for the Windows 10 as well, LTSC, but again, not everyone can get hold of an LTSC. You've got to make sure you've got an account to actually gain it. But yeah, by all means. Yeah, running Windows 10. So I will take Windows 10 off, obviously, because I ain't got to worry about this is all touch. But I'm glad I found the power supply. But if any of you guys can find me a link to get some software, I'd love to I'd love to literally put this as a jukebox, because this will make a great jukebox because it's all touch anyway. Because I ain't got to worry about these are enough hard to find with touchable screens, because obviously this diner order was going to be used for till. So, and it looks like it's the case because look, you've got the clock behind it, obviously telling you the price. This one's coming up, you've got to activate it. I've got Windows 10 on PC and Windows 11 on the others. Yeah, I would definitely with Andy. I'll definitely with the leave the Windows 10 on or just get it. Yeah, you're right, because it doesn't make no difference anyway. Obviously, I know what happens with these type of old systems. You try and do it and you run into problems. So obviously, I'm going to leave it. Not even bother updating it, because it's obviously got all the core system stuff on there. I'll just get it activated. I'll just run a script to get it activated. So on that front, but oh yeah, I keep forgetting you don't need the bloody mouse. You just, because I'm so used to working with mouses on these things, you just touch it. So we've got a 60. The only thing is, it's got a 60 gigabyte hard drive. The only downside is, obviously, this is going to be using a SATA drive on this one, if I remember correctly. And it's going to be using, looking at this, won't be, you're not going to be using a 3.5 inch, obviously, drive on that. There'll be a 2.5 laptop drives. I'm sure I've got a 1 terabyte. I can sling straight in this and then put Windows 10 back on, reactivated, so I won't get that message come up. I might actually do that. I can do that live on the stream. Bit winded, but I've got to undo the back, take this off, and while I'm on the back, I'll probably end up taking all of this off. Just, it's going to be bolted underneath here, and just obviously it's going to have some clips, and obviously it's going to be obviously clipped onto the circuit board to give that, and then I'll have to blank that plate out the back at the end of the day, because I won't need it. I mean, but I think the drive I've got, if I remember correctly, I've got one of these, because I've got loads, I've got stacks and stacks of drive. Where is it? I did bloody see it. Well, he says that. That's a 250 gigabyte, 250. Where's that 1 terabyte drive I had? Can I have a 1 terabyte drive here? I can't find that 1 terabyte drive. Hold on, what's that in there? Here we go. Got it. This come out of a Xbox One X. So this come out of an Xbox One X, 2.5 SATA drive, 1 terabyte. Because I like to keep a cut of 1 terabytes hanging around, because I'm always dealing with PCs anyway. So obviously these what you normally put in. The Xbox One S's have a 512, and the One X obviously have the 1 terabyte. Unless you get like an upgrade, because it always ends up being a Seagate. Seagates are notorious for going bad now, unfortunately, and these do fail like any of these mechanical drives. So, you know, obviously this one, I tested the health, it's really good, it's pretty good. When I sold the last Xbox One X, I had to sell it for parts, because obviously I was pointing more towards the CPU, it wasn't pulling the voltages, and it just ran into problems. So I broke it down, and I got more on parts than what I would have sold it whole. So it made sense, and I thought, no, keep the drive. These are handy, because you're looking about 20 quid just for another one of these, and these end up being about bloody hard to get hold of, the 1 terabytes. So yeah, I'm a fan of what's that, Shitgate. I always try to hex the statements. Yeah, you'll get. You know what'll happen? Andy will come in and tell you off, saying you're retracting your messages. So yeah, I think that makes sense. At the end, I honestly think that makes sense. I think take this out, right? Obviously, it's going to be a SATA drive on that. Pop this one out, put this one in, and download the. I'm sure I can get a copy of Windows 10 pre-activated, bung it all on the ISO, so when it'll go through the process, because with Windows 10, I won't have to worry about activate TPM 2.0. It's only in Windows 11 requirements for that, so that won't be an issue for this, so obviously this being old. But at least I know then I won't have an issue. If I can get some software, jukebox software, then it's got a terabyte drive. I can dump all the MP3s straight on, and then you can just select what ones you want. But this will be really cool. It's just I didn't know where the bloody power supply is. I was going through all the boxes. You know when I was showing you all this stuff yesterday and the amount of gear I've got piled up in the bedroom. I thought, well, I've got to look for the bits for that PlayStation, right? That steering wheel, because I want to put that gaming chair together, because obviously there's some bits missing with that gaming chair. So I won't know that until I dig it out of the box. It's a really lovely gaming chair that come in, but obviously we couldn't sell it because the bits were missing at the end of it. It's obviously, and now I want to sort that steering wheel out. Well, I found all the controllers and the bits, so I need to put that together, which I'm going to put. But I just wanted to boot this up. The last time I've done this was getting on for nearly a year ago since I powered this up, because you see how much dust that was just sitting around. But the one good aspect, at least I know that you ain't got to worry about, you know, mouses and things like that. It's all touch, so which is really cool. But I will take that off. It's no point having this on because it's only going to be for the till side anyway. Look how quick it turns off, because I tweaked it. I took some of all the bloatware off it, and it just makes it so much quicker. Oh fuck! That was the drive. It was upside down. Fucking. Well, that was a good bloody drive, wasn't it? Well, if it was a 1 terabyte drive, it won't be now. It's fucking. I've just killed it. I just dropped it on the floor. Give it the shock system. Let's turn that lamp off. Right, let's turn that. I hope that don't knock that bloody camera again. Fucking freeze it up. So, I can take that out. Oh yeah, look. I was looking. Yeah, do you know what? I knew I was looking for that. I've got a wireless 4.0 network adapter, because obviously this is not wireless. Obviously you have to hardwire it through the EJ45 port. obviously through the internet. And I was looking for it, and I couldn't bloody find it. Obviously, this is for another keyboard, wireless keyboard, but you don't really need it. But the main thing is, at least this has got, I'm going to put a quick note on this. It's got Windows 10, upgrade it to, it's got a 60GB hard drive. So I'm just going to make a quick note. Let's just write Win 10. 60 GB HD DD upgrade to a 1 TB. That's it. Win 10 only. Yeah. Win 10. So I'll upgrade it because I know what's going to happen if I try to put that. If I try to put that any like Windows 11 on, obviously I know I'm going to run into issues on that one. Bin. You've got that right. Put it in a bin. Put it in a bin. So yes. So the bit I want to start putting back together, which obviously I know because I've took this come in. So at least it's good to find out I've got the parts for that though, at the end of the day. Obviously this being a PlayStation, obviously we've got, so it does PlayStation 2, PS1 and the original PS. So we've got PS1, that's the slim, I think that's the mini, and a normal PS1 and a PS2. Shame that didn't do PS3. That would have been great. Did you like me sign? Did you like me sign saying Somalians are welcome? We do love a Somalian coming into the live stream. It's probably never going to happen at the end of the day. So now, easier said than done trying to put one of these back together. I had to do a little bit of soldering. Obviously, someone's took this apart. Andy's in. Oh, what's one of them? Andy, you've been missing out, my friend. I told you, I've got a bit of everything. This is a, if I remember correctly, a PlayStation. It's a PlayStation steering wheel, but half the bloody bits were missing, right? So someone's took this apart, tried to modify it, and they've done a really bad job. Lucky enough, I managed to put it all back together. I'll tell you what, that DJI microphone, banging, absolutely banging. I should have got one earlier. I mean, for what I paid for that is fantastic. So the record player. A little bit of I know you guys missed out because you obviously been on other streams on that front, but the record player itself can't, obviously I've got to get a needle because the needle got broke. Well, I knew that was going to happen. It was going to be a disaster. So anyone for cotton bud? Clean your ears, lad, clean your ears. So anyway, at least the capacitors didn't go bang on me. It's not like the radio. The radio just went up in smoke. Which, you know, I didn't even know JFix he created a short, which was hilarious. Because he posted it on MK's post. Yeah. Andy, you've seen what you did in the tour of all the stuff he's got. Yes, and you've been missing out. I've been bringing out all this wonderful gear, and but I'm afraid not a lot of it's component. But we did find that this capacitor was causing some of the issue. Obviously, but obviously you couldn't replace. Thanks to Pico, he's been really helpful, and having all the knowledge, which really helps. It helps to try and resolve some of the problems. But the issues that I'm having with a lot of this vintage, you can't buy the bloody components. It's like this one. It's a really odd It's a really odd sort of. You think you would get it, but you wouldn't. This is registering at 6.4 microfarad at 25 volt. 25 volt. Now you'd think you'd get that. No, I'm afraid you cannot get it. So we got it as close as we can, but we put it in circuit. It was fine. So that's the main thing. At least it does help. Yeah, he meant Pico. Yeah. So so that's what we was looking. I was looking for the parts for this, and I couldn't find them. Right, a bit like everything else. I'm starting a project. Like I've got half a dozen projects around here. I'm still waiting for the reel-to-reel belt to turn up, because again the belt they give me wrong size on that front. So the issue that I had with this, it had broken wires. Yeah, we still have to. Phil Pico is very good and very knows his stuff. He does. He's been really helpful, and I'm grateful for that. Like I said, he's helped me out a ton to try and, especially this vintage type of gear. It's not easy to try and find parts for, obviously, but we have got there. We've sort of. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, but at least we got there. Yeah, he's smart. He's smarter than he looks. Well, I'm not surprised. He's got the years of knowledge. Does help. Hill cows. And no retracting your messages. Yeah, so, that definitely goes for you, Car 4. You know what you're like. So, yeah, hot cows. But this was after bits. Your message is retracted. Well, that's it. 10-minute ban. You're out your ear rolls. No, I don't. I'm not that cruel. And have fun. So after bits that I was looking for, right, like all of the connectors, I couldn't find. Which this was the main one, because obviously this splits for a PlayStation and a PS2, and I couldn't find that piece. Obviously, I put it all in with me wires, but I found this one's got a digital clock, and also, if I remember correctly, it did have this piece, which I couldn't find. So on that, so yeah, I'm grateful for that front to actually literally to find it. So let's get this cut open, preferably not your fingers. Sorry. Retracting your messages. We like a bit of trolling on here. Yeah, it ain't entertainment if it ain't. If you can't have a bit of banter on a live stream, you shouldn't be streaming. Get shot of them. Go. This is not the channel. We love a bit of banter. Banter's all good. So, as I thought, so this must have an adapter. Obviously, I would say this might be for the PlayStation. On that one, message retracted. Yeah, nice one. So obviously the PS2 would have had this female clip that would have plugged in and then plugged into a standard USB lead. And this, looking at that, I was going to say that's going to be a standard 2.0 on that. It won't be a 3.0 because it would have been in blue on that front. But now, obviously, I've put the wires. I'm hoping I've put the wires around the right way, because looking at this, the wires were all hanging off. So lucky enough, I did manage to find that. I looked online and it looks like I've got it the right way. Red, yellow, and then the black's the earth. But whoever's put these bloody bits of wood on, what was they hoping to make? Was they making one of those? I think I know what this was used for. I think someone tried to make up a homemade job and it went badly wrong. Because it come in a box like that on that front. Because I want to put this right, so I can put this in the gaming chair with a TV, and then hopefully I can sell it, and then the money will go to charity. So which will be great. But I was actually going to put it on my projector. Now I know you don't like that word, Andy, because projectors, it's probably a 0.2. Yeah, you're right. It probably is a 0.2. Now, projectors are a little bit of a touchy subject, but at that front. But I didn't get a packet and I didn't blow up the live stream, so that's one good aspect. Probably we'll skip that. We'll skip past that. But it's not as if I didn't get. It's not as if I didn't get the magic smoke. I don't know who said cranked it all the way up to 10 amps. Oh, I forgot who it was because they said crank it up to 10. I went, really? Would that be fine? And then it wouldn't go up to 10. It only went up to 5. And the next minute, it was all going lovely. It was all going nice and swimming. And I thought, bloody hell, that's working all right. I went, oh shit, quick, turn it off. And the wire, it melted the wires. It literally did melt them fully. So I didn't get nowhere on that front. But lucky enough, it just took a capacitor out. So hopefully, I'll come back to it in 7 months. I've got enough projects to be getting on with on that front. And I did find me other, Andy, I meant to ask you, can you modify, let me dig it out and I'll show you. Because I've got it here. I was going to ask you why it was there. I've got a couple of these. I've got, obviously, I had to dig it out. It was buried, right? Let me put it aside. I was going to ask you why he was on here, actually. It's not bad. No, he fell down the stairs. Oh, no. No, I didn't. You didn't see. Yesterday, I done a stream, and I showed you how to peek around how much gear I've got. I can't even get to the balcony. This is a brand new, Nintendo Switch OLED, right? Brand new in the box. I've got everything with it. Right, it comes with casing. Can you do mods on these? Can you, like this one? Obviously, oh, I've dropped the microphone. Hold up, like the microphone's gone. I can click the camera and that's it. Why have I got one light on yellow and one light on green? That's weird. I've never seen that before on that front. Yeah, obviously, let me unbox it and I'll show you. This is obviously, this don't sell, right? I'd rather keep it, to be honest. But if I was keeping it, I was going to ask you, can you mod it on that front? Because this is a brand new OLED. I think, well, you're the person to ask because obviously I deal with other stuff. I know you can flash them. Yeah, it can be modded. Right, it's brand new. It's literally I've never used it. Seriously, I've not. It's been sitting in the bedroom for over a year. Right. Brand new. It's literally a brand new Switch that come in, right? And I've got obviously the PS. I've also got the Switch 2. This up for sale. That's the Hospice. This is my own one. I was going to sell it because it's an OLED on there, but I've never even. I took it out to update it and then put it back and then forgot all about it at the end of it. On that, and it's literally. I've not even took these bits out. I just left it all in. No. I thought, oh, I'm not taking it all out the box. I'll update that because it's got a touch screen on it. But then once I charged it, but it's been sitting in the bedroom for close for nearly a year. So I would like to do something with it. I mean, but yeah, do you reckon you can do something with that? Do you reckon you'd be able to flash that or something? Don't update it any further. Well, it ain't. It ain't been updated since nearly a year now. So it's been close to that, close to a year. Yeah, I would have modded it. If I send this to you, do you reckon you can do something with it? And because it's going to make it a bit more interesting, and it'll make good content as well. I'll pay you for doing it. I don't expect you to do it for nothing. At the end of the day, just let us know if you can actually do it or not. And then what I'll do, if you send me your address on Discord, I'll get this re-wrapped back up and just send the Yeah, that would be cool. I would like that because I thought, well, these don't sell too great at the end of the day, and it's such a shame. It's just sitting there gathering dust. I've got a lot of consoles. Um, yeah, as long as there ain't any questions asked, how it's used after. No, obviously not. I mean, I'm not going to say too much on here because obviously it got demonetised. And next minute, the stream will get taken down, and I'll get a copyright strike or saying, "Oh, you can't do that." But I can sort this. I mean, I can get the other bits that I need to put on it, but I just need it flashed. And I'm not. Obviously, my skills are not there yet. And like I said, like all these streams, if you're not confident enough at doing these, don't attempt them because you're literally butchered a board. This being a brand new item, it's literally it's not got a scratch on it. It's still virtually brand new. So yeah, if you don't mind, if you give me your address, I'll post this over to you. It'd be interesting. I'd like to watch you do that one at the end of the day. It's probably not going to be an easy thing. It is for you because you've done them before. I've not. So I'd rather not attempt it because I don't want to end up bricking the system at the end of the day. So, but yeah, that will make it quite cool on that front. But it ain't been touched at the end of it. Do I need to send all of this just as it is, or do you just need the console? Wait, what's for Andy's reply? Yes. So let's see what he says. But anyway, the main thing is, it's there. I've got the Switch 2, obviously. That's up for sale. That's the auspice at the end of the day. I'd like to do something with that because, like, I just stuck it in there and I forgot all about it, to be honest. Like I said, the amount of gear I've got, I could pull it out all day long. But I'd rather not because I've got so many projects open. I can't, otherwise my front room's filled up as it is with all these unfinished projects because it's getting parts from. But the main thing is, I'm now going to have to hunt round for getting a stylus for that record player. And what's his reply? Yeah, it's all about no questions after. Yeah, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, it's, because I know you're quite confident enough to do, you're always mucking about with Nintendo Switches. You're doing the old donut boards and all that. The old doner kebab boards, butchering them around and taking bits off and thing on it. But yeah, that's actually quite cool. Yeah, he's going to send it, and then after you give it to him, your address. Lovely, top man. So if you put it on my Discord, then I'll get that. If you do that after the stream or something, and then I'll get that wrapped up. Do you want me to send the whole lot to you? Do you need the whole lot? Yeah, no worries, mate. Cheers, thanks, Andy. I know it's much appreciated. I know I've got confidence in you because, like I said, you're always mucking about with them. At the end of the day, I'd rather send something. Yeah, it's up to you, but you only need the tablet. No worries, my friend. I'll give you the tablet on that front. But if it was like computer related, if someone's got a problem with computer, I'd say yeah, send it to me and I'll sort it out for you. It's not a problem. At the end of the day. But we're putting this back together. Obviously, this was what was worrying me. And they do these with a lot of these chips. When I was saying to you the other day that they cover these chips up now with this resin, right? So you can't gain access to the chip itself. I mean, they do actually put quite a lot of these in. Yeah, the blob chip. Yeah, and looking at that's the trouble with a lot of these components because of the trouble is with the early 2000s, they started doing this a lot. They started putting like this resin over the chip. So if it went, you fried the chip, it's game over. I mean, the good thing is you can test it because it's got all testing points around it, but you won't be able to replace it because obviously that's been manufactured like it at the end of it. I mean, it's hardly anything on this bloody board, for God's sake. All you've got is you've got just some diodes and obviously the rest. These obviously must lead like a capacitance that gives off around here, but it's mainly all circuitry. But now I've got to put this back. I haven't got The only thing is, I've got to sort that out because that's driving me up the wall, which is where they broke the wires. I've got to be careful here because if I bung a bit of caption tape over that, I'm worried about melting that plastic. So let me bung some caption tape. I don't want to melt the plastic on it. I've got this big roll of tape of AliExpress. It was £1 something. All right, it was about. I got it with a load of other bits, but it's bloody cheap as chips, isn't it? I mean, it's ideal for what you want. Lovely bit of caption tape. Trying to pull that out. Use your teeth. That's a laugh. I ain't got any. so always like to put a little bit of caption tape, just a little bit over, because I don't like to melt the components on these. You know you're going to run into an issue of components like plastics. Don't take too well to eat. I'd rather just use as a caution, just to protect it. The trouble is I'll go overboard, but I like to do something with that jukebox. If any of you guys got any software, or you'd know where I can get some software for that, I'd love to turn that into a little jukebox, touch jukebox. 480 degrees, right? You'll have to be really quick here. I'm going to keep your distance and just shrink that down. I know what happens. You melt bloody plastic, it won't go down too well. Cool, that's it. That's all I want to do. I don't want to go mad because I don't want to melt that plastic. It won't take much at 480 degrees. So that's it. Now that's got that bit back on it. That's the only thing, isn't it? I build a 6-foot table. What do I get? Fucking tangled up with wires everywhere. You think, Jesus. Right. Bung that to one side. Right, let's put the old magic tape back in. How's your shed? Has it stopped leaking now? Is it all sorted? The blob chip. Oh, fuck. Why was they using bits of wood? I don't even know how much one of these are. I suppose there won't be a lot, would they? I mean, they're only... It's cheap plastic, innit? What do you expect? Why am I fucking about using that? Look, I've got the thing on there. What is it? This is a gaming wheel for a PlayStation 2 and a PS1. And obviously, but someone had it all in bits. And what I want to do, I've got a lovely gaming chair that come in, and it's a really lovely gaming chair, but bits are missing off it. I had one of those for GTA. Well, comparing, this was all going in the recycling side. I thought, no, I can't let it go in the recycling side. It's obviously, and hopefully I can restore it back. So that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm putting it back. At least I had the sense of putting the screws back in this now. That's one aspect. So I didn't lose the screws, because otherwise you lose the screws in it. Yeah, he had 2 of them. He had the Raceman Pro, yeah. You want to see the gaming chair I've got now? It's a lovely gaming chair. What I do, right, what I'll end up doing is I've got my projector, right? Now I'll connect the projector up, pull it through the projector, and I'll set it up live, and you'll see it on the stream. Because I've got a nice big wall there, and it will so you can actually see. We'll make sure this is fully working. I'll connect it up to a PlayStation. I've got a PS1 up there. Can't see why it shouldn't work. Fuck me, this puts me in mind of the PlayStation 5. How many screws? Fuck me, I've took out a dozen so far. Will that come out now? You've got to be joking. I bet it's oh look, it's still another 2 screws. Did MK finish that? Did he manage to get that re-chipped? Media Monkey. That was the one I was thinking of. So I mean, you're a top man. You are. You really are. So yes, Media Monkey. I mean, it meant be good for Duke software. Do you know what? I wasn't 100% sure. Oh fuck, that's come off. Fucking wheels. Hang on a minute. Are these supposed to come off? Can I call you Mister? Why are you gay? So yes, Media Monkey. Media Monkey was. I'm sure I can use Media Monkey at the end of it. So hold on. Let me check. Top man. So hold up. How the fuck does it manage to go through the centre then? Oh, this is going to be fun and games. I've never put one of these on, so this is not going to be for the faint-hearted. So what, is this all got to come off to go through? How the fucking hell do I take that off? And I don't really want to fucking, it's all, look at that. Jesus. That all looks, don't even ask what that is. I hope it ain't what I think it is. See, that looks a bit dodgy to me. That really does look a bit dodgy. I don't know how that's going to go through that hole. So I've got to take all this off to put it through. Because that's what it looks like to me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Can I take that off now? We've got screws at the top. Oh, for crying out loud. I bet I have, didn't I? You know it. So to actually get it through that hole, right, to actually put it through, I've got to take all this mechanism off, all of that, right, literally all of that's got to come off for that to sit through the shaft and then put it all back in. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. You know, let's give it a go. Fuck, Jesus. Now, this is where you can easily start breaking wires if you're not sure. Great. I put that on there, didn't I? Yeah, that was well built. Put fucking tape on now. I can't get the tape off. I'll leave the tape on. I'm sure it won't hurt. Oh, man. I haven't got none of my memes set up. I'm still waiting for Rusty Russ. He hasn't showed me... obviously, he's got a settings section on there. He's not shown me to set up. And I've got everything else set up on it. Who's put fucking big wood screws like that in? Why would you want to do that? I can't. I've never understood that. Never. Now this is a new ball game for me because I haven't had a clue. Oh, that was, I don't know what that is. It's something unpleasant. It's all on that shaft. It ain't cow juice either. I wonder if that's the Christmas lights are working there. Did MK get that sorted out? Did he manage to get that sorted? Because Andy sent him that board on that front, and I know he was struggling because he done voltage injection. I was watching him on it. Oh, fuck me! This is fucking welcoming, isn't it? It don't even want to come out. Wow. No, it's still not working. He's had to resolve the M92. The dreaded M92. See, the trouble is they've got about fucking 12 balls on that. I think you have to re-ball it or something like that. I don't deal with modern stuff. I mainly deal with all vintage because it's all I've got. And I feel more comfortable with vintage stuff than modern stuff. Because modern stuff can give you an headache. You can go around in circles. Right. Obviously, it looks like I've got a drop. Looking at this, it looks like I've got to pop these off. This has to come off. I don't think it's going to be as bad as I thought, but I've got to watch all the wires here. So if I take this one out and take that one out, cool. It looks like I've got to pop them out, and that one, pop that one out, Fucking hell. Look at this lot. Look, it's like Spaghetti Junction. Jesus. Unplug that. It's all got to come out. Literally, all of it. And that one. And that one. Now, the rest won't matter because I've got to try and thread that through. And I've got to take them off. So, let me take the... What was that? Oh, that was... Where's the clip gone? Oh, it's on there. Right, okay. Oh, that's even fell on the floor. Oh, drop the water there. Fuck it. I want to know if the Toltec has managed to fix the PSU yet, and he was struggling with it. It was a bit tricky to fault, and it was causing him problems. See what I mean? With trouble is when you're mucking around with PSU units, you're going to run into that issue. Now it looks like I've got to take all that off, right? So you're right, all of that has to come off, every component, and then, right, put that on one side. So it looks like that shaft is all being greased. It's got like lifting, fucking touching it, it's going all over my hands. So it looks like that has got to go over. Well, obviously it goes over this. It's got to go in this first. So I've got to put all that in. Oh, fuck. Hold up, that's not right, is it? No, that's still not right. That's still not right because the whole unit has got to go in. See, I've got no bits on this. So I've got no way of knowing. So all this has still got to come off. I've still got to take all this off because that's got to go right through the shaft. Otherwise, it won't sit flush. Oh God Almighty! How the friggin' hell did I take that off? Oh, grease. Really, I should put my gloves on. Fucking hell, it's absolutely coated. So it looks like I've got to take all of this off. How the heck am I going to get that? Oh, great. Well, it looks like have I got to take all this off? Literally, if I've got to take this, it looks like I've got to take the entire thing apart for this to come off, for that to be sitting. Because otherwise, this is going to be sitting at the bottom at the end. Fucking hell, Jesus. They've made that complicated, didn't they? So I've managed to get the top off, but now it looks like... Because looking at that, obviously this sits at the bottom, right? So this sits at the top. So obviously the holes that goes with the bits. But it looks like that's where the steering wheel sits. So it looks like I've got to take all that shaft off to pull it through. Obviously, because you've got stoppers on there. So it ain't the bottom part, it's this bloody top part that's got to go in. Fucking hell, it's all about over-engineering. That's unbelievable. That's literally unbelievable. Why is there two parts? It's like a normal... It's like working on a normal car. I can tell... Tell me about it. I mean, it's like everything, isn't it? You know, why? I mean, comparing how they've engineered this, it's way over-engineered. You didn't need... What they should have done, right, is made this in two sections, like a half or something at the arm. And then basically, when you undo the screw, it binds it together. And then when you take it off, you could then just slot it. But now I've got to take all that apart. Someone's gone through all the trouble to take that out without breaking it. Now it's all going to have to be dismantled for it to go back in. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. Now, I've got no schematics on this. None. So I don't even know how this bloody thing comes apart. I've got to guess. I'm going to have to. I've got no option. I've got to guess. So it's, you know, without trying to work it out as we're going along. Obviously, I've got a screw there. Screw, screw, screw. Nice big. These bits that I got off the TikTok shop are actually really good. Sounds good. We might get some smoke in. I'm hoping not. Well, actually, come to think about it, that's probably not a bad idea. Don't crank it up to fucking 5 amps. Obviously, 5 amps can't take the load. It just shortened out. Get some magic smoke. I've took that out, right? Obviously, there's something else holding that in. I don't know how they've managed this. It looks like I've got to take all this out. Get some magic smoke. Worms, go off. Just put 18 amps for it, it'll be fine. My machine won't go up to 18 amps. It literally wouldn't. It can only take up to 5. So I forgot who said it. He said crank it up to 10 amps, you'd be fine. Would it? I thought, oh, all right. I'll take your word for it. It might be all right. No, it fucking didn't. It didn't go down too great. How the friggin' hell does this come out? Can I call you Mister? Go for it. No, it must have already been fairly through it. He did you a favour, but it wouldn't have happened in a car. Yeah, what if that was in a car? Fucking hell, it's frightening, isn't it? God, you'd have been toasted. I mean, there's one way of getting toasted. You would have definitely been toasted. I'm just going to undo all these screws because I ain't got a clue. I've got no schematics on this, so I'm just winging it. Enough screws in here. There you go, put that in. You're thinking, oh no, that's not going to go down too great. It would have 100% started. Well, it would have started the car. It would have started smoking. It would have took your car out in the process. Fucking glad I didn't put that in my motor. I'll tell you, it would have literally, it would have all been, it would have been too much toast. I'd have said, blimey, it's getting warm in here. It probably would. So what's the point having putting these out? So I've took all them off, right? So what? Oh, I see. You got to take that off, right? I see, and then it comes out. Now we can gain access to it. No, they would have been calling you saying you was just burnt out my car. You would have thinking, fucking, you would have told the insurance, you would have said, how would you have got round that in the insurance? Well, they told me to crank it up to about 10 amps. Well, you know, sorry, we can't sort you out there if your car's been burnt out. That's down to you. You know, it's your own fault. So it looks like we've got a rumble motor in this as well, which is cool. So we've got a couple of rumble motors in this, but I still don't know how to bloody get that out, get that centre out. Does that push out? Can I call you Mister? Can I? That looks like that don't come out. Oh, you are frigging kidding me. They're looking at that. There's nothing holding that shaft in at the end of it. That screw was holding it in, but there's no other screw going through it. So that should just pop out. So I took all this off for bugger all, basically. So that shaft, should just pop out. But I don't know what happens with shafts. You start touching the shafts on it, and it don't go down too great. Oh, it does come out. Fuck, it does, yeah. So what I've got to do then, I've got to take all this out, right? Poke that through. So I've got to poke all that wire through. Fuck me, they've over-engineered that, innit? So I've had to take all that apart. Now, right? Take that bottom piece, the top piece on there, and I've got to put it back through underneath here. Oh, except the grease has gone now all over my leg. Great. Fucking hell, that went down great, didn't it? So let the fun begin. So does this have to go? Oh, I see, because you're only going to have your left and right anyway, so it ain't going to, it's not as if it can't go any further. Inspector Squishy is here. Inspector Squishy. So, obviously, if I turn it that way, you've obviously got a short bit, and if you turn it the other way, you've got a longer bit, so I assume it's the longer section that goes to that. I don't like the idea. You've got to take all that apart. I mean, unbelievable. So, yeah, oh, fuck. It's all that grease. It's absolutely disgusting. So, but what I don't get, right, what I'm a bit confused about, I'll put that to one side. Can I call you mister? So, why does this don't seem to sit right? I mean, this seems to be sitting cockeyed. Unless this sits further down, I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit baffled. Obviously, this has got to poke through because it's got to sit in that shaft. It's got to sit inside the top part of the shaft on that. Hold up. So which way has it got to go? So, oh no, I got it the wrong way. I got it upside down. So basically, it has to sit like that. So it has to sit like that, and then you've got, your left and your right. So basically, it looks like that's how it sits. So it just rests. Looks like it rests in that bit, but it's not even touching the bloody floor, which is not great. Ding dong, ding dong. We got more ding dongs than ding dongs. Yeah. Can that sit right? No, it don't seem to be. It seems to be sitting at. I mean, obviously it's got to sit that way, unless the plastics are sort of like. It don't seem to. Oh right. Oh, I see. No, it seems like it's forced apart a little bit, but. It looks like, at least now it sits underneath the shaft, but now hopefully, fucking grease. I'm getting more grease on my hands than Michael Jackson. so I'll tell you what, squishy worms, hot glue, and send it, and it sounds good. Well, yeah, hot glue always solves the problem. I tried an hot glue and. No, Pico actually did say to me, because I was trying to do that toy, that little bar top one, but he told me to get the right stuff, and I'm glad he did, because I've got to sort the side of that out. So, steering wheel can go back now. Hot glue is underrated. It's always underrated at the end of it. Now, what I'm baffled is, right, if I put all this back, once this is sat in, I'm just hoping that I'll get this round the right way. Obviously, because once the steering wheel goes on, I think it might go that way. I think that has to face the back. Or does it face the front? Again, it don't seem to be sitting great at the back of it. You can actually see it. Look, it seems like it sits. So it's slightly... And it can't go this way. It don't sit right. So I personally think it might go that, because it's slightly at times the corners can actually cut everywhere. Don't ask. Don't ask me how. I think you might be right. So it looks like I've got to pass it through, but then that won't go in the shaft. This is what I don't understand. Obviously. That's the maximum shaft. Obviously, that slots into the shaft, isn't it? Right? That has to slot in, but that won't go in. Oh, thanks for the tip, Hotcals. So if I put that back in, right, with that bit, we're still going to have the issue. That's supposed to be poking out. So something don't seem right. It it don't seem to be right on that front because. Oh, I don't know. It's like trying to do bloody Lego again. You know, this has got to go round a certain way. I know it is. I just took that out, didn't I? So I know that I took that out. But how did I take that out? Did I take it out that way? I think I might have took it out that way. Or did I? I can't remember. Yeah, just like that. Tommy Cooper said that, didn't he? Just like that. Unless it was that way. No, it wouldn't have been that way, would it? See, I thought it was gone that way, but it originally didn't. So obviously this was poking up on the top. Now the VW Camper, the Beetle in the logo. I'll tell you what, I love the Beetle. It was one of my all-time favourite cars. That was Adolf Hitler, didn't he? He actually he first drove off the in the Lego, yeah. Adolf Hitler had the first. He drove the first Volkswagen Beetle off the production line. I thought, bloody hell, yeah. I was really surprised on that. It looked like a bit like a simple tube and dish dash out. I'll tell you what, when I've done them other Lego sets, they give me an headache. They absolutely give me an headache. I did not expect. Besides that, yeah, the Beetle had it had a bad history. It did. Yeah, it's like all the other cars, like all their bad histories. Look at the Princess. I mean, everyone hated that car in the mid-80s. Well, it was, you know, they literally did not like that car at all. That got slated. The Austin Princess, absolutely a horrendous car to drive. It looked ugly. Everything was beige. Yeah, the Allegro, right? But literally the door panels didn't fit right. You know, it was one of them cars I'm thinking that they should have made, Austin. Yeah, absolutely lovely. But again, you won't get to see them there because it's a bit like this stuff. A lot of the vintage stuff that I've got, you won't get to see again except in a museum. And even that stuff in the museum probably don't even work. You know, so trying to restore them back to their full glory. So what I was going to try and do, I thought, if that goes... Nothing wrong with the Allegro. This it had 17. Fucking did it? It did 60 in 4 hours. It did. You're right. It probably did do about 60 in 4 hours. 1.8. Did it have a really big engine like that in it? Wow. Okay, I thought that only had about a 1.3, 1.4. I don't recall him having a 1.8 engine on that. Fucking literally, yeah, I suppose in there you could have just took one out because they used they actually used the suspension on it, wasn't it? It was the same gear as the MGB. Bloody hell! So, because again, lovely little motor, isn't it? At the end of it, but I was really, really surprised. I didn't think they'd have had a big engine in them. I just didn't think they would. Fuck it, I'm mammoth on that. Trashed it. It was the Allegro Sport, and I trashed it. Oh no, several times. How the bloody hell did you manage to? Mind you, don't take much to trash them, does it? You just crash them in the wall. Some of the cars that I had was just I had the Orion. I think it was a 1.6. It was just basically, it weren't nothing flashy, but lovely car at the end of the day. The Montego. Oh God, yeah. See, now again made by Austin on that. Again, Austin did do some. What's they mean? The only ones I really liked were the Rover P1s, which again, nice cars, really nice, and they had a big fucking V6 in them. 2 nearly a 3 litre lump they had in there, but lovely cars. Yeah, he had an Austin 1300. Bloody hell. Yeah, they're lovely old cars. You're obviously never ever going to get to see them ever again. Ever. I don't think that's going to go in like that. I personally think that's got to go in. I think that's got to go in that way, you know. I've got a really sneaky suspicion it's got to go that way. Because look, it's the only reasons why I say that, right? Because that's got to be turned upside down. But I thought that would have, you know, closed her in or something, so I can get that put in. But I'm thinking that might not be enough for that to slot right down in that hole. It might do, because, but then all this is flush, isn't it? I don't know. Yes, the people still have a Model T. What? Oh, get over it. Seriously, Model T. Fucking hell, they're like 1920s, and say 1930s. The Model Ts. They still exist from the old cars. Wow. I'm really surprised. This. Right. I'm really, really baffled. I really wish someone would have took this out. So if I go that way, it won't go right in. But yeah, I watched someone fix one up on YouTube. Bloody hell. An NK General. Really? Fucking hell, I ain't seen one of them for donkey's years. A General. I didn't think they still... There can't be many of them left now, surely. Yeah, I'll tell you what. If someone's got one of them, they obviously don't know how long they're going to be sitting on one of them for, because they're lovely old cars, the old Generals. You know, it's like you said, some of these old classics now. It's a shame you're never ever going to get to see them ever again. We've obviously got holes. Do you know what really concerns me? I've got 4 holes here, right? That obviously this must screw into something. I'm bemouthed by it. Can't go that way, obviously, because the steering wheel's got to go on. Unless that has to come off. And then this sits behind it. I think that's what it does, you know. Yeah, every hole is a goal. 4 holes. It's like 4 candles. No handle for forks. Tell you what I did watch the other day, now, and I couldn't help laughing. It's one of my all-time favourite. Life of Brian. Any of the Monty Pythons still crack me up from this day. Absolutely crack me up. Definitely made me laugh on that. I reckon that's what this is. Look, I think I've solved it, right? We've got clips here, right? Because someone's took this apart and they obviously not said. So obviously that's now locked into place. And I think that's what goes in here. And it gives you, but I've got to make sure the notch is the right way before I put that on. So I think the best thing is plonk this through. I think I've summoned it. They're looking at it. But that's how it sits, and I think I've definitely clocked that now. So obviously, that is a locking mechanism. The top part's a locking mechanism. But I don't know if that has to go at the bottom or at the top. Well, that's a lot. You can fucking, yeah. That's Michael Palin. Yeah, any of the Monty Pythons. I absolutely love the Monty Pythons. Right, I've got to pull that through. I think that has to go at the bottom. I think that's it. I think I solved it there. Oh, fuck. No, I ain't. I pulled it off. I pulled it off. That's it. That's done it. I killed the camera. Jesus. Where's that gone? Yeah, it's down here. So I think what that's got to do, that's got to sit at the bottom end, and then the screws go through. And it sits through at the it sits through like that. I think I solved it now, look. And it seems to sit better when it's like that, because now it's sitting nice and flush. Comparing, I've got no schematics on this, so whoever's done this is obviously, it's a right jigsaw piece. Lucky enough they've not lost nothing. You need to take it apart. Yes, obviously something's been taken apart, because they took this apart, and obviously they didn't know what they was actually doing when they took this apart. I wish they wouldn't have took it apart, because it's given me a fucking headache trying to put it together. Now I've got to try and work it and where all these bloody bits go. Which is comical. It's a challenge, like you said. Like all of that, like it's like even doing the most slightest little things going, you'd think, nah, I mean, you think, oh, that looks easy. Yeah, good luck. I struggled with that bloody Lego set, and that was a nightmare. Absolute headache. That don't seem to be sitting right. That seems better when it sits at the top. If that notch is at the bottom, right, the notch is at the bottom, right, it won't sit right. It's not seen to be sitting flush. So I think that has to go at the top, not at the bottom. So I had it upside down. Bin it. Yeah, bin it. Well, I was waiting for one of you guys saying, go on, lick it. I ain't licking it either. It's got all lithium grease all over it. Where's Ace? Actually, I was waiting. That one at Ace when he got an electric shock. Fucking hell, I'll tell you what, that was... I could never laugh so much in my life. He didn't have to get a belt from that, you know. I mean, he must have touched something that was live on that board, because he got a right packet from it. And I know what that's like. Yeah, he got loads of taps. That one, though, I think he was mucking around with a power supply. And that power supply, he enjoys them. Right, that power supply in Australia, because I've got family lives out there, and that power supply out there, it's not like ours. It's I think it's DC, or is it AC? No, it's AC out in Australia. It's 110 volts at the end of it, and he did get a bolt. When he touched it, he must have brushed past on one of the components, mucking around with the PSUs, and it gave him such a jolt. And it really did give him a jolt. He felt it. He really did felt it. I thought it was 240 in Australia. No, it's 110. It's, but yeah, unbelievable. He obviously didn't. He won't do that again. But he did make a clip of it. He'd done a clip of it, and all you see on the clips is, oh fuck, shit. He walked away. Even the dog run. One of them thought, bloody hell, what the bloody hell was that? Right, so it looks like then I've now put that in the right way. So because it wasn't sitting right, and then something didn't seem right to me. So now we can put this. It's got to go this way on that front. So I assume So now we've put that in. So now we can spin it. So now we can actually physically put this back. Now I can, but at least I managed to sort it out. I've got it. You know, whoever's done it, it's gone through all the. They've gone through all the time and effort to actually put this through. Now, hold up a minute. Hold up. What's that? Have I got this around the wrong way? I think I have. That's got to go up that way. Oh, the fucking motors fell out now. Fucking Jesus. The motors fucking go out. It's all going horribly wrong. It's at the end of the day. So I've got to make sure this shaft with that hole is lining up with that hole. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem. I think I've took all the lithium grease off that now. There's none left. Who thought this was a great idea? They manufactured it like it. Google tells me. What's this? Australia normally is 230. Is it? 50 hertz frequency. Oh, I thought it was 110. Because the Australians are very Americanized, aren't they? They've got a lot of America ways. Because they use dollars out there. Canadia's different. That's what Google tells. I'll ask my brother-in-law. He's electrician. Yeah, don't go. I've tried Google. It don't always give you the help it needs, and you think, oh, for crying out loud. Right. Discord. For fuck's sake. This is not the easiest to try and put this back on. And talk about the difficulty level is absolutely off the scale. Yep, it kicks some. It definitely does that. Yeah. My dad told me when you get a shock from the high voltage on the CRT, he said it'll look like hell. Yeah, probably. The trouble is, that's really high voltage. I really wouldn't muck about. When I've done the arcades, when I used to work in the arcade places, and my friend's got a couple of arcades because he's on TikTok, and I uploaded some of his arcades that I had to repair. One of them was an outrun. Had a Dodge. It was the choke. The choke was obviously faulty on that front. I recapped it, but I didn't really want to touch it. But it still was broke. It needed too much. The trouble with them CRTs, they always give aggravation. Always, like anything. Mind you, saying that, I've got a little Philips. I've got. I think it's a Philips. I've got a little Philips 10-inch CRT there, colour one, and that it had a capacitor issue, which this is how I started getting into doing electrics. But when I plugged it in, it was it's the same capacitor that went on the power supplies on the BBC Micro. They have glass capacitors, and this thing just shattered. It fucking went everywhere. The mess it left was absolutely, and the smoke, it actually knocked the electrics out, which that's how bad it went at the end of it. But they do go, if they go really bad because they're right next to the high voltage. So there's a lot of voltage goes in some of these capacitors. So yeah, mucking around with CRTs and with HTs, the voltage on it, no, I wouldn't recommend it unless you want to. You're heading for a disaster of going straight down the road of getting a belt from it. So this is not going all the way down. I can actually see it. It is now. That's gone in. So now I can put that in. That's gone in there. It had to be lined up. Yeah, I'll probably I have high voltage and with the probing on it. Yeah, definitely. all this just to fucking put all this back into play. Wow. I don't think that even tightens up. No, it does tighten up. All right. She tightens up. So that's it. So I did do that right, because the wires have got to go down, obviously, because you've got the tension springs that we've got to put in next. But the main thing is, at least it's done. The only thing is, now I can put all this back together. I won't need this now. So yes, so I've done all of the repairing on CRTs, TVs, VCRs, cassette players, etc. Bloody hell, Carful, you've done a bit then, by the sound of it. You know, so do you tend to find? I've only done one. I've only done one on VHS, and they're a fucking nightmare. Some of the old Ferguson VHSs, it's all mechanical, a bit like that reel to reel over there. And when on the, I noticed with VCRs, they have timed gears. They have to be correctly in line with each other, because otherwise it won't move the second part or the third part. Did you manage to do all that? Because they was an headache, absolutely headache. Right, we can put all this back now, because now we've got all this strapped underneath. This ain't going to go anywhere. But now I can put all this back, which would be cool, because thank God for that. No, I've never done any of that on the VCR. I was talking about my dad. Why, was he really good at it? He must have been. Because at the end of the day, they were absolute lago. That Ferguson, I'm pretty sure that's a Ferguson. It might be an old Ferguson. I'll have to have a look. It's a lovely little set. You won't get to see them no more. Like I said, all the stuff that I've got is vintage. It's literally all vintage. There's nothing modern. Because I don't really deal with modern stuff. You know, because I mainly get all of the vintage gear. I think it's Ferguson. Hang on, double check. Got a TV there. It's right in the corner. I think it might be a Ferguson. Double check to see if it is. It is a Fergie. It's an old Fergie. You know. You're right. It's a Ferguson. Told you. I thought it wasn't a Ferguson. It's an old Ferguson. At the end of the day, little 10-inch colour. At the end of the day, I wasn't 100% sure. Obviously, it's got big scratches, but you can take this off. But this blew up. I plugged it in, went bang, and it had the same problem. It had exactly the same problem. This old Ferguson is the same capacitor, and again, I had issues trying to get the capacitor for this. Lucky enough, someone on the Discord forum said no, use the same one in the BBC Micro, and it did. It worked lovely. Plugged it in. All it does need recapping. Needs a recap, which I'll probably do at a later date. But at the moment, she works lovely. But really lovely little 10-inch. They're not worth a lot. They're about 70 quid working at the end of it. But I couldn't think of the name. I went, hang on, is that a Bush or a Ferguson? Guys, yes, the highest shock I've ever had is 230 volt VAC, but I've got a shock from a CD box, CDI box. Fucking hell, was it? Once it was on the cap. It was a 400 volt cap. Fucking Jesus! that alert, that you'll know all about that. That will give you such a packet. Told you, they're really high caps. The CRT, anything related on that, because there's no way of, The trouble with them big, they have a thing on the arcade boards. They have a thing called the Big Blue, and they have a capacitor, right? That's over 1,000 volts just on the cap. And you want to see the size of the cap? It's about that big, and it's massive. It takes all of the voltage in, and it's enough to give you a belt if you touch it. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't like working on arcades. You know, if they've got to be done, they've got to be done. But I don't like working on because they, you know, especially they really contain really high voltages on something like that. Yeah, that's. Yeah, my thumb would be hurting for days. God, Jesus. That's an understatement. For something like that, fucking you'll know all about it if you touched it. Seriously. That's got some serious kick. That'll have a serious kick to it. Even at 400 volts for a cap. It would do some. It'll make great content, wouldn't it? You can put that in, you think, Jesus. Fucking hell, 400 volts. God. Fucking hell, you'll have reason to light up like a Christmas tree. What, a cause of death? Oh, that's all right, it's only a 400 volt cap. Ouch. This is right grimy. He needs a good clean. Yeah, he's named Carfor. He loves volts. He goes, so, well, you might have to worry about retracting your messages. It'll be a permanent. That'll just be a permanent finish, wouldn't it? Cause of death, touching a cap. Fucking hell, 400 volts. Yeah, you think no. You'd say, go on, for a laugh, go on, just touch it, it won't hurt. Lick it. He's thinking, oh, Jesus, seriously? That's a good thing, though. Glad you didn't have a pacemaker or anything like that, wouldn't it? You'd not be in trouble. Lame-o. Okay, that's one way to finish you off. Okay, you know, just I noticed what they put down when the coroner comes up. Cause of death, touching high voltage caps. And how do you know that? Because the capacitor's stuck to him like a magnet. It won't let go. Right, we're back up. So we've got the steering wheel on. The main thing is it's not coming off. Hey, fuck for that. Now I've got to do all of the good stuff yet. I've got to try and to put this back on. Yeah. I'll tell you what, you really wouldn't want to muck about. This is why I was saying, really, touching high capacitors. I know it makes it look easy when people say get into doing repairs, but trust me, it's not. I really wouldn't recommend it. It's because, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, you are not going to know all about it. You can just touch one component, you know, and then that's it. You'll know about you've touched it or not, because you'll just get such a belt. It causes death. Capacitor problems. One way to learn fast. Okay, one way to learn fast. Yeah, you're right. You know, you'll only do it once. Yeah, well, that's all it'll take you, just be the once. Okay, that's it. You'll be sitting there thinking, keep me away from electric shocks. You'll be having, talk about, and do you know what, the funny thing is, in asylums, like loony asylums, they used to give them electric shock therapy. Well, you could come in, you could say, well, I could do that free of charge. I won't even charge you for it. Electric shock therapy. You fucking thinking, Jesus, is he for real? That's one way to fucking learn, isn't it? You learn it, right? Yeah, you learn the hard way. You literally will learn the hard way. He can based on his faults. ECT, I think it was called. Is that what they used to call it? They did. They used to give them. Didn't they used to put probes on their head, right? And then just seen. I don't know what type of voltage it is. I mean, what was the idea of sending high voltage to your brain? I thought that was a bad idea. Yeah, probably anything's a bad idea. But I wouldn't recommend giving anyone shock therapy. Yes, CRT. Yes, just attach them to a CRT. That's all right. Cut the 400-volt caps. You'll be all right. You'll be fine in the morning. Take one of these, sit down and chill out. Fucking hell. That's really funny. So I don't know about that. I guess enjoying the pain, but I do know what they was thinking. Yeah, like pain. He was thinking, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. There's nothing to worry about. We're just going to send a few thousand volts for your head. You might. They must think they're like Boris Karloff or something. They've got bolts coming out the side of their head. Next minute, they're coming out like Frankenstein with all these fucking high voltage. He's got enough dog's ears on him. That ain't my dog's ears. Oh, they do go down there. That's supposed to go down. Yes. Now they're lined up. It wasn't lined up before. Got it. Can I call you Mister? That's fucking funny. Give him a few 100 volts. You'll have something to moan about. In the old days, they did a lot of strange things to try and cure people. Well, you know, that is true. That is definitely 100% true. Look at back in the Victorian days, right? They used to actually give them leeches, but leeches actually like one thing because they thought that was a cure or something for leeches, but actually there was some science in that because actually leeches actually drain and thinning the blood, but they didn't know that at the time, but they was using them. But yeah, do you know what? You wouldn't even want to live back at them days because obviously there was no penicillin. So obviously if you had a cold, that's it. You die from it. I think average life in the Victorian and Edwardian times. Yeah, it's true. Oh no. However, combining some was that? Yeah, they did. But believe it or not, some of the strange things like mercury, right? Now mercury was very toxic. You don't want to even handle mercury. They told them that obviously they told them to swallow it. It was good for them at the end of the day. Well, people were dying. Well, I'm not surprised. They had obviously mercury poisoning, got into the system, wiped them out. So I wouldn't recommend doing things like that. But that was the stupidest things going back even 100 years ago. The things that they was telling them to do. Obviously, no penicillin. So you had a cold, someone's had a chest infection. Average life with an Edwardian or Victorian was roughly around about in the mid-40s. And that's if you was lucky. You know, like you said, there was no cure. So they was just guessing. Even the doctors weren't a doctor. It was just a bloke up the road. You know, and that's obviously not gone in. They've got to go in. But yeah, seriously, the things they end up doing, you're thinking, Jesus, really? Fuck. This has been a challenge, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the old woman's oven, what's that? Nice one. The woman's Hoover. Whose Hoover is that? No, not a man, though. So no. Oh, for fuck's sake, crying out loud, this fucking don't even want to go in. I might have to leave these two out. I put that in and it don't want to come out. You fucking, you cheesy motherfucker. Come on. Come on. It's like pulling a tooth out. Fucking don't even get me started with teeth. No, you know why? It's not sitting down properly. Oh, right. Okay. These might have to go down a bit. I think this is what's doing it. Seriously, really? Can I call you Mister? Ah, that's. It's not sit. That I heard that click, but it didn't break. It's still not sitting down at the back. Great. Let's put the back ones in. See if we can put the back ones in. Jeez. No. Fucking every time it fucking tries to come out, it just don't. It's lining the back ones up. They have right mother umpers to try and get this. There's right other mother umpers to try and get these out. Has anyone watched that new Tron yet? I thought it was good. They slated it. They thought the new Tron. I actually liked it. I thought it was a really good film. I loved the special effects in it. They do make Disney really do put good special effects in their stuff. But they again, it got slated. That absolutely got slated. They didn't rate it. Oh, you know what I've done, didn't you? And I've got to put them back in. I've just fucking realised you got to put the screws. You got to put the fucking screw. You got to put them back in. Otherwise, it won't work. It won't spring. Yeah, I like the original Tron movie. That was the original one. Again, really great special effects. I've got that on 4K Blu-ray. That one. And I found out, right. I thought, why can't I get this bloody Elgato working? Right, I was having issues trying to get this working. I bought it, right, and then I had to do a bit of research, and then someone actually on the forums, they said, no, basically, you've got to make sure with consoles, you've got to turn off HDCP. If that's switched on, you'll get a black screen. That's exactly what I got. I turned it off, fuck me, come straight up. So now I put a note on there, staying reminding me if I put the consoles on. I've got, because I've got a stack load of consoles, some of these have been modded. There's a lot of Xbox 360s sitting over there, and that's without the other lot I've got in the bedroom. And the ones that literally, the PS4 that come in, it's a PS4 Slim, and it's a really lovely little machine, but the firmware on that is up to 12.2. Well, I just looked, there's an exploit you can put on for that, but you need a Blu-ray burner to burn it onto a disc. So, and that's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to put that on there and see if I can try and get somewhere, you know, putting some exploits on. Now this is going to be fucking fun and games, isn't it? How the bleeding hell am I going to try and do that? So I've got to try and hook that on, hold that at the same time. Jeez Louise. This is not going to be easy. It's just not going to be easy at all. I've got to try and get that spring on, right? Why this is in play. So I've got to get that one underneath there, and that's got to be hooked up this one. Fucking hell, you're going to... How the freaking hell... Someone went through all this. Someone actually went through all of this just to get this on. They took it all off carefully. Well, I'll give them where's credit. At the end of the day, they've done a fantastic job, because obviously you had to take all this off to get to it and then put it all back. So they did. They obviously did. They did do that on the front. But wow. So that's got to be hooked on there. And I've got to try and hook that. Oh my God. That's going to be a challenge, isn't it? You know that's going to be a challenge. Yeah, I like the what's that? The Chris F is the person to talk for Ace about for PlayStations. Yeah, I'm pretty good at working things out, Worms. Actually, I'm not too bad on that front. I don't have issues. The only issues that I tend to run into is when it comes to hardcore, when you physically working. You know, when you're putting into soldered chips because they have to be soldered, some of them to the CPU and things like that. I'm not confident enough on that at the end of the day. And again, this is when you start getting outside your, if you start going outside your territory and you're not comfortable at doing certain repairs, don't attempt it because you'll know you're going to brick it or you're going to break it at the end of the day. Even working, doing something like this is not, I wouldn't say the skill level is, it's easy to do, but it's a lot more easier to try and do this way than try to diagnose a problem on a motherboard that's got multiple issues, you know. And this is what MK struggles with because obviously he's still learning, like we're all still learning. But as I've said, and I can't stress enough, don't get out, don't get outside your box because otherwise you'll know you're going to run into a problem and you'll make it 500 times worse. So you've now took something that was only partly broken to fully broken. So, you know, that's until you start building your skill levels up, don't do it. Don't attempt it at the end of the day. And I won't do that. I won't go outside that box. But I do want to learn, but I'll watch what other people do and sort of hopefully go through guidance on that. But what you're better off doing is just taking something that's like a really old board that's been beaten up. Like at the end of the day, one of the hardest things to do is micro soldering. It's one of the most hardest things to master, and it really is not easy. Because if Jay Fix first found that out when he done his first stream, because he had his mate's Steam Deck at the end of the day, and he went straight in at the deep end to try to do micro soldering by putting an HDMI port on, and he not only ripped it, but he took all the pads to go with it. Because one, you've got to make sure that the temperature's right. You know, obviously, don't want to get it too hot. You'll delaminate the board. He didn't use no flux, which you're supposed to use flux for something like that. You know, he was sort of going in the right direction, but you know, he shouldn't have jumped too far quick because you're seeing everyone else doing it. And it's true that Joey does tech. He says exactly the same thing as what I said, and I totally agree. If you're not confident, don't attempt it. He said, go back to something what you feel comfortable with, and he said, build your skills up. And he's right. He's totally there. Yes, that's probably what makes Andy looks easy. See, that's what I said. Because, like you said, it makes it look easy. And Joey even said exactly the same thing. He makes it look easy, and I can assure you, you're not. That's why MK struggles, because he's trying to do something that obviously is outside his comfort box. Start off something simple. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're still doing it and you're still learning. I'm fucking struggling with this. I mean, just even putting this on, the skill level on this is absolutely dire. Whoever took this off obviously knew what they was taking off, and I've got to try and get it back on. Yeah, on them boards, you don't really care about. Yeah, no, that's true. You're right, because it's like you said, you're building your skills levels up, but you still need stencils and things like that. It's no point trying to reball. I mean, look at I noticed when I watched these stream, 8-Bit, right? Now, when 8-Bit was trying to do that reballing, he didn't have a stencil, right? He done well. My hat goes off to him. But again, I did see him struggle. He was really struggling with that reballing because he had to try and use hot air and he had too much flux. Sometimes flux can actually be a problem because if you, even with flux, because flux will just stick to anything. Oh, this is fucking... This is just really putting up a fight. Seriously putting up a fight. And again, I've got to try and get that on, to hook that on. But on them old boards, you're 100% right. You ain't got to really worry about with them old boards. It's just about the learning process. I think that's what Andy was trying to teach him. But again, you know, obviously it might be a little bit too advanced on that front. Fuck me, how the friggin' hell did they manage to fucking pull this out? That, do you know what? That is nigh impossible to try and squeeze that in there. And I've got a gap about that much. And I've got to try and get in there. And this is a tension spring, which I've got to try and push on. And again, it's a challenge. But persevere. But you've got to be careful, because I know what happens with perseverance. You end up breaking. And you know what plastic's like. It's an absolute frigging headache to try and put things back on that. And this ain't helping. But this is what gives the tension for the steering wheel. So it's got to go back on. Which I'm going to struggle, because I know I am. I'm doing it already. I'm struggling. And it's like I said, some people thinking, but then this is what happens. When you're doing this line of work, you're going to struggle. It's not going to be easy. But you've got to learn. Because there might be a certain way where you're thinking, no, you can do it this way. Well, if it is, you know, obviously you're only there to watch. You can't help someone, so you physically can't step in to say, no, you need to do it this way. You know, it's like most mechanics. I'll watch this, because I don't want to end up breaking. I'll tell you what, I'm going to unplug that, take that off, because I don't want to put any more tension on them wires on the bottom there, and break them off. See, I can't even, that has to be hooked on first. That has to go round that hook. So what it is, this has to sit in between, right? So it has to sit in between that type of, like a bush, and then that obviously slots over it. Then that gives it its tension. So when you're turning the wheel, it feels like you've got like tension on the wheel. But obviously, that's not easy, because these are sprung loaded. You're not going to take the tension out of that at the end of it, and you don't want to either. So, which is probably not going to happen. But but yeah, that's what I'm fucking struggling at a minute. I've got everything else wired through now. I'm glad I sorted that out now and didn't put all that back, and then realised, think, you muppet, now you've got to take all that back off, because now you've got to put all you've now got to pull that back on, and that's not easier said than done at the end of it. So I think what you've got to do, right, if I remember correctly, I think you've got to put these on first, right, leave this, then do the other side, which I'm going to do, bolt it up, and then it can't shoot off. I think that's how you do it. I bet I'm right. I'm guessing, I'm thinking outside the box here, but it makes it look logical at that front. So I'm going to swap that over, just put that on that side as well, and then once I push this in, it will then sit into play on there. Jeez. Right, that's on. So I can put that on there. So where's the... So if I push that one's all nicely tied in. That one's in. I'm going to push that one in, and then that can sit on the spring itself. Come on, for flying ants, will you? But jeez, that is, even just putting that in this gap here is just wants to be a right pain in the backside. You really don't want to go on. It just wants to say, no, sorry, not tonight. fucking Jesus H Christ. I mean, even trying to get that into there, and I'm even struggling because it won't even hook over. Wow. All right, swap the end then. We'll go the other end. Yeah, that end's done it. So one must be a shorter end, one must be a bigger end. Big end. Here you big end. Right. That is still not, it don't seem to bolt up. Right, that's bolted up now. But that didn't bolt up earlier. Right. Obviously, that's struggling to fucking go over that gap. Oh, for crying out loud. Fuck me, this is one of the hardest things I would definitely say. To even makes it look simple, it is not. It's just not simple at all. It's really putting up a fight. Seriously. And someone took that apart to do that. That is unreal. But the bottom still ain't lining up. So we've still got a bottom issue. We've got the top line. We've got the top ones lined up, which is here. But there's ones right at the bottom here, and they're not lining up. They're just not having it. They're not having, and I ain't even put these on yet. I've not even put them on. But they're now sort of in alignment. They're about that much out from actually hooking on. But I've got to now put these bottom ones in. But there's got to be a way of them bottom ones to actually line up. And it can't go any other way. It can only go this way. So cool. That's in. That ain't gone through, is it? No. That's another thing. Don't go too mad with the screws, just in case you might run into that problem. That's what I put on there. Well, Somalians are welcome. Any Somalians in here today? Be great. Say hello. Cool. Now we've got the bottom ones in as well. So all I need to get now is, and look, I've not gone through. None of them's been pierced through, so I won't go in too mad. So all I need to do now, these won't now come off, which they can't. They can't come off, and this is what I thought. Now the only issue I've got to now tie them to get them onto them hooks, which I've got about that much to actually try and hook it on. Now I'm going to try a way of using string. I could try string or cable tie. Could try a cable tie or try and pull it over. I mean, obviously, you know what you really need? You need something like a hook. Like, you know, like one of those little hooks with a long leg things, and you just, you know, so I haven't got anything like that. That would have been perfect. Pulled it back, took some of the tension, and then just hooked it straight on to the actual mechanism itself, because this is already, obviously we haven't got any issues here on that front. So we've got all the pots at the bottom. So obviously when this goes in, obviously, see, this is what makes me think this has got to go through the other side. And do you know what? I had an inkling it was going to be asking to do that because it's sitting against the wires. So these have got to go right through. Let's put these through first, because otherwise I know I'm going to end up breaking and ripping the wires out. I'd say on a scale 1 to 10, this is a 10 plus. It looks easy. It's not. Far from it. I've really struggled here, but I've sort of persevered. I ain't got them things on yet, but I will do. But again, even doing simple little tasks like this, you think that it'd be easy to do. No, don't underestimate it. Nothing's easy to do. But like you said, you make a video out of it and you learn at the same time. Especially when you've got no schematics on this. It's not an easy task to actually try and say, oh, I can put a schematic on it. I know where this goes and that goes. It still don't tell you how to do it. Not to do it in a certain way. Even when you know, you look at, if you look at a manual for a Haynes manual, and then Haynes manual goes into detail of saying it gives you a difficulty level with a Haynes manual on car repairs, like a clutch, and it will say pro or something like that. You know, the level details. You know, you're not going to try and think, oh, fuck, I've got to drop the engine. All these wires have got to come out. If you're not confident enough in doing it, then don't even attempt it. Because you break it, you know it's now going to cost you, and it's going to hurt your pocket very, very harshly. Mate, what's going on here? This is all tangled up. Now these are tangled up. Let me untangle these. So obviously we've got these in. We've got that pair there. So that one can go around that side. It's all got to go underneath. It can't go over. Right. This one is, see, that one's going under. So I'll take that one over there. That one can go that way. Cool. And then and then put that one through. Fucking hell, Jesus. Then I can get that one through. It was stopping the steering wheel from actually turning. So these have got to go at the back. Otherwise, I know what'll happen. You'll turn your steering wheel, rip all these wires and break them. They've really give this a really tight tolerance level of trying to actually even putting this together. So again, even this is a challenge. I've got to try and push them through. They're all fucking tangled up inside. There you go. She's untangled. Cool. So now that won't happen. Right? Now they're through. So now it's got a locking mechanism. So if you look, it now won't. Obviously, you've got a bit of plastic here. So that's spinning side by side. These had to go underneath. This is what I'm saying. So now it won't hit against them wires. And it will give the... once them springs go on, you'll have the tension, so it'll have it. So yeah, that's now at the correct way of the way I wanted it. So obviously it had to be at the back because of the way that plastic was. But thank God that's done. I've now got to try and get them. I've got to try and get them lugs back on. Yes. Does it actually work? Yes, I did plug it in. It did work. It wasn't a complete disaster, but it does work at the end of the day. But whoever plugged it, obviously it would come up with an error because they obviously took this apart, and I don't know what they was trying to make. But I will be putting this back because, like I said, I've got that gaming chair I'm going to dig out. It's on the balcony, and it's a proper gaming rig. So you can put this on it. You've got the pedals underneath, which I've got the pedals for this into it, and I'll rig this up to obviously a PS2 because you're going to have better graphics on a PS2 than a PS1, so I'll be able to see it, and I'll stream it live. So I'll put it on. I've got on this wall. I've actually got a nice big bit of wall section there, so I'll project it on that wall at the end of the day, or I can get the projector out. I've got a projector screen at the end of the day. But my friend said that I've still got to go and pick this Arcade 1 up yet, because I've got the Dragon's Lair. I still haven't got round to the Dragon's Lair works. There's nothing wrong with it. Just ain't powered it up for ages at the end of the day. Because someone said, oh, we'd like to see you play a bit of Dragon's Lair. Fuck, it's really hard. It's got 3 games on that one. But I've got another arcade 1-up to pick up, and it's all flat packed. It's brand new in a box. I just ain't got around to doing it. I've got enough projects to be getting on with. I don't really need another project at the minute. I'm trying to get half of this stuff finished. So they take about, it takes me roughly around about 4 hours putting him up, 4 to 5 hours, which is about average stream. So that'll make a great stream putting it together, because I can show you, you know, it's like the Lego. Not the easiest things to try and put together. I forgot what one it is. I think it might be a Mortal Kombat, or I don't know if it's Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. I know it's one of them, but it's got other games on it as well. Now, this is the reasons why I didn't want to do it from this thing, because of the headache involved. You can't get nothing in there to try and hook that over. And I already knew this, because now I'm battling against tension, because now this can't go anywhere at the end of it. And I've got to try and hook that over. Obviously, tweezers are not going to help. They did do I'll tell you what, the Tron one's good. The actual Tron ones are really nice. But you can't buy them in the UK. You have to get them imported from America. And the average price of them about £800. Because I know I'll put my friend's one together. He paid me to do it. So I've got the big TV. Because I've done so much work for him on the arcades and, you know, setting everything up. You know, it was going to come to quite a bit. So instead he just gave me the TV. So it paid for everything anyway. The trouble is that TV, it doesn't suck my electric up. Fuck me, does it? 85-inch TVs they are gonna do it. Do you know what? I'm gonna need a bit of string or something to actually do this, because I'm not gonna be able to get in. I physically cannot get anything in here to actually try and pinch that over. And like you said, it's only about that mil. I just need to pinch it over. But because this is now all in the way, I can't get nothing there to move it over. And obviously, once this is bolted up, otherwise it's going to keep jumping off. So you've got to do it this way. Which makes it really, really difficult, because you think, how can I solve it? You know, something like a bit of string would have been nice. Obviously not elastic, because it's just going to stretch. Can't even get a bit of wire around it, can I? Don't think I can. Once you've hooked it around, and then you can get it sort of hooked. Steam's got a massive library on it at the moment. Did you have a look at their new Steam? Obviously, because everyone's banging on about. I had the Lenovo Legion Go, and I sold it. I wasn't happy with it, to be honest. It was too big. And I didn't really have time to bloody play on it. Fucking hell, did you? So, I've got to try and hook that on there, right? And I've got to try and hook it at the same time onto. Try and hook it on that. And then move that over at the same time. Friggin' hell. This is not for the faint-hearted. Definitely not for the faint-hearted. So basically, what you've got to try and do, you've got to try and hold one end, right, while you're trying to hook another end over. Like this. So this is probably where I'm going to need a cut the clamps. Fuck me, I've knocked the thing up there. What have I done? God. Yeah, that's gone well, isn't it? Right, there you go. So it's gone on that bit. So what I'm going to try and need to do is use a couple of mole grips, right? I've got to hold one on, right? Clamp it really hard. And then get another pair and then move it so I can try. What I'm trying to do is slip it on. This is why I said a bit of string might have gone better. And I haven't got any string. And I'm not going down in the shed because it'll be pitch black and I can't see a bloody thing down there. But this is what I need to actually put it on. Let me go and grab the other pinchers. Right, I've got these. See, I've got these little curved ones to actually. Fuck me, what am I tripping on there? Jesus. There's all this colour everywhere. I can't see nothing. There's literally one fucking headache. Literally, this is. I'm not joking. This is what you've got to try to invent to try to slip this on. Right. So you've got ones. This is where you need another pair of hands. So you've got to hold one side, hook that over there. Fuck, Jesus H Christ, this is really not going to the way I wanted it to do. I'm making a right pig's ear out of this, I'm telling you. It's really not difficult. It's really difficult. And what I've got to try and do is pull that and then take the tension, right, hold it with tension, and then get another pair of pliers. Jesus. This is what I've got to try and do. And then I've got to try and up that over. Fucking God knows how you're going to try and hook it over. No, it's not having none of it. Fuck it. No. I'm trying to pull that round to try and literally just squeeze that over. Really putting a lot of tension on that. Right, so I want to keep it there. Well, I've got it, but yeah, I like that. See, I've nearly done it then. This is not the correct way of doing it, but oh, it's come on. I've got to try and hold that up there, right? Put that round, right? Unless I just pull it, both of that, and then hook it round that way. I think that might be my best bet. Try and pull the wire. Right, so I've got that tensioned up. Turn the wheel, so the wheel's up here. And then get that hooked on. Fucking hell, Jesus, this is not going the way I wanted it. So it's absolutely giving me the biggest headache you would not believe. It would be easier to fit once. That's just it, Pico. You can't even get in now. The problem I'm having, right, is that these have to go in these bushes. Now, when you take the screws out, right, on that front, when you're trying to hook it on, you can't hook it on because this is locked into that position. And this is the headache I'm having involved, because if I put it on that side, obviously this then has to be screwed up, and you can't then hook it on there because it slots in that hole perfectly. So, you know, because one side's smaller, the other side's bigger. Obviously, the smaller side goes that side, the bigger side goes up here. And this is the headache I'm having involved. To try and get them springs back on is the most hardest part going. That is... So what I'm trying to do is actually try and pull and then slip it over. But then you've only got that gap. You know, like we had before, there's not much gap in there to try and slip that on. And these springs are so tensioned on there, on that front. Fucking absolute, give me the biggest headache going. And I've got to do the other side yet. I've got two to put on. Obviously, it takes the tension on the steering wheel side. And I've got all fucking, it don't help, I've got all grease on my hand as well. Oh no, TV's going to switch off. God, I've got to turn that off at some point. So yeah, even if I've got that side on there, I then, look, I can't take these off. Look, see what I mean? Look, I can't, it won't hook off because they got to hook over. So if I try to take these off, look, they might, they're actually, you can actually see they're actually hooked straight over that piece. So it hooks over the actual hole to take the tension up. So that's got to be the only way of getting them on at the end of it. Because there's no physical way of actually getting them, unless there might be another way, you know, thinking about it, is that take that all that back off, right, undo all them screws, leave that plate on there, take all this off so it slides off, right, and then pre-tension it that way, because otherwise I'm not going to get this on. I think I might have to do it. I bet you that's the way to actually get it on, because if once I've got it, this all slid off, I've only got to slide that back on, because obviously I won't have done none of that issue at the end of the day. So I ain't got to take none of that off. I've only got to take that out. And it's, oh no, I still have to take that off, because again, I bet that's how they've done it. I bet they have. That is not easy to do, and I know what's going to happen, which I've said more than one occasion. If you go too mad, you end up breaking a bit of plastic, game over. And this is being all bloody plastic. So I'll just take off, I think it's this one. I've only got to take these off. I ain't got to take that big plate off. I think that's how they've done it, to get that on. There's no other way of getting that on otherwise. It's literally no other way. They've made that really impossible. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. That's like a Rubik's Cube. That's got to be slotted in a certain way. That puts me in the mind of like working on that bloody, that reel-to-reel. Let's put up a right fight. So I'm going to undo the screws, right? So I'll take the screws out from here. Double check, make sure. I think it is, yeah. No, it wasn't. I didn't have to take these out, did I? I don't think I did. I don't think I took them out. Didn't they just slid out? I think it just, it might have done, I can't remember. It's, where's the screwdriver? It did, it just slid out, so I didn't have to take none of that off. Fucking typical, isn't it? So, right, and then your screws are underneath it. Right, okay. So, that's what I had to do. Literally take the screws out. That's how I've done it. Take that one out. I'll take this one out. And then what you do, you put them on, and then you tighten it up after, once they're preloaded, because they're all done then. I'm pretty sure that's how they might have done it. There's got to be a technique, and they've sorted that out. It sort of makes sense. You've got to, again, I've got no schematics on this, none. So obviously that is now off, but I've now got to take the screws out of this. Obviously it's not tensioned down. And it probably does make sense to actually do it that way. Oh, it's all quiet in the chat. What's going on? Normally there's a load of it's normally a load of spamming or something. someone's in trouble. So I think that's how they've done it. I think these all have to come out right like this. And you know what I was saying before, didn't I? Right. I reckon they put the screws in. Right. So let's put some screws in here. So this don't come out. Obviously, we're going to have... I think this is how they've done it. So they've had to do it this way. Right. I'm just going to put two in. One top, one bottom. So it just holds it into place. It makes sense now to do it this way. But because I thought, you're not going to get that in. You're not. There's no way on God's green earth you're going to get that. Get them springs. They're so tensioned. It's unbelievable. Right. It's one top, one bottom. Right. Diagonal. One there, one there. Now have a go and see if we can get them springs on. And I bet you can. I bet I'll have no issues with trying to get them springs on there. But this is what I was saying to you about with the springs, because look, if you have a look, one's slightly bigger, one's small. Right? I've got a small one. Look, and the big screw, look, that bigger, look, it slots straight over. So I think that's how they've done it. So obviously that goes over, then hook it over, right? Because then once it's all hooked over, try and keep it as close as you can. Right. So obviously we've got to be facing up. We want to keep that facing this way. And then I'll take the small hook, take the small hook, hook it over. Now I can hook that. I can actually, that shouldn't be too bad to try and hook on. I think that's, I was thinking about it now, I should have done it that way, to be totally honest. But obviously, it takes a little while to work it out, because you're thinking, bloody hell, how did they get that on? They must have got that on a certain way. So again, I'm just going to take a cable tie and use this as a pole. Straight on. Yeah, look at that. How did I know that? I mean, I could. Oh, well, it did do. This is why string's best. That's nearly on. Let me try and force that. Jesus, even this. Right. Fucker. No. But you're right, you have to get the bottom one on first, and then this one on after. Right, done. Wants to try and jump off now, because there's nothing holding it. Oh, fuck, that's sprung. That's fucking sprung off, isn't it? It went ping. Where's that gone? Oh yeah, lucky enough it's gone down here. So I mean with that, this is the only thing, by doing it this way, you know, obviously this is the headache you're going to have. Because once that's tied in now, it can't go anywhere. God, shit. Right, well that's actually on, right? So that's how we've got the tension. So you've definitely got to do it that way, because there's no way you're going to get that on there otherwise. You just don't. At the end of it. Now I've got to do the other side. My God, that is one. That is mental. Absolutely mental. Now I've got to be careful here now, not to twist this while I'm pulling this side. That is not going to be easy to put on. Right. I've got them on, right? Done it. So now we've got them pre-tensioned there. I've got to be careful not to spring these off. So I want to keep these down. I've got it in exactly the same route as where we got it before. So that hole's got to be facing the top. Now I can put this back. Now I can put it back without that springing off. But I've got to try and get all these wires back in and facing down. Fuck me. Told you, even the simplest jobs you think that you can try and do, it's not. Trust me, even that's a challenge. But again, perseverance. Just persevere. Look, if you like you said, even though it may look easy, I can assure you, it's bloody not. That's one of the most hardest things I've ever had to put in. And I didn't want to because this is plastic, and I know what happens with plastic. Plastic breaks. It don't take much to break it. But done it. It's on. I just hope that don't spring off. I've got to try and fucking get all this through. So you've still got to try and guide that through while you're trying not to ping any of that off at the same time. Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. That is mental. So I've got to push that up carefully, right? Which I have. And what I'm going to do is just quickly just put them screws back into that plate. Why I don't move that. I cannot move any of that's the mechanism, because otherwise it'll jump straight off, because I've got nothing to hold it in a minute. So I'm just going to put one top and bottom. I'll come back to this in a minute. Fucking hell. Jeez. Perseverance. Right, I've got one top and bottom. Right, now I've got to be really careful here, right, because it's still not bolted down, but I know what'll happen. I want to put these I want to put the sides on here, because I know that will stop that from then springing off, and then I can sort this out after. Cool. At least that won't ping off. That's one good aspect. Will not ping off. And we've got the tension back on. Right. I think to me that's the biggest headache over, because now I've got them on. They're not going to rock off, because now they've got that, they're in the groove. They're on, so these won't jump out the sides, because obviously they've been held in place. So what I need to do now is thread all this through and put the other two screws back. I think I've done the most headache part over. It's, you know, that's took the longest bit to do, is to actually do that. Oh, and I did have a look. I did actually have a look to see if I can get any scratch resistant stuff. Some of it's involving, you know, sandpaper. I don't want to go down that route. So what I've done, I've managed to get some Meguiar's, which is American. It's in the UK. They do sell it. A little bit expensive. It's about £14, small tub. But it's a plastic. It's a polish, basically, for light scratches, but for acrylic. So I thought perfect. So I've ordered some. But eBay's giving off for a Black Friday sale. They're giving. They take off £2, so it cost me £12. I went, yeah, that'll do. I'll give it a go. At the end of the day. So what I'm going to need now is me tweezers. That did work. So I thought they've done this. This has got to be done a certain way. It's got to be. There's no other way of actually doing it. Right, that's all of the controllers at the bottom. Now I can pull it through. Now I can actually say that's the biggest bit that I had to do, because that's the tension. Once I've got the tension out of the way, that's it. The rest all falls into place. Didn't know there's a dual motor in it though. So it actually looks quite cool. So it's got 2 motors in this, so it gives you off a little bit of a rumble. So yeah, quite cool. So you didn't have to take that off. So basically that screw holds that shaft on, so you just need something gently to pry it. I thought you had to take it all off and inside. No, you don't. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, the fucking front's come off. That's done it well, isn't it? Right, hold up. The front's all come off. Oh, now the screws come out. Oh no, it's all going pear-shaped. Quick, help. It's not going well. It's all ending in a disaster. Well, I've dropped the screw. Yeah. I need to manoeuvre down here again. Fucking hell, I've moved more times than anything. Right. Jesus. Even that is been I would say that's definitely been a challenge for me. At least I've done it. That's the main thing. You've done it. You've achieved your goal. You've put it back. Right, where's that big screw that goes down there? That goes down that bit. That's what I said. I like these little lights because they're fantastic. It guides you right through. And obviously, I don't care how many bright lights you've got, but obviously you need a little... I've always worked with little torches and things. Right, that's tight. Cool. So we've got all of them now plugged out. So they're all plugged out the bottom. So now she's taut, look. So now you can actually see the springs actually now taut the wheel. So it'll only go so far and then it'll stop. Like there. And then it springs back. So you do need them on. It is vital that you do have to put them back at the end of it. But now obviously I've got the good task of actually now screwing that bottom parts on, which I'm going to do right now. So I'm just glad that was the biggest frigging headache that gave me. So you, at least I now know in future, if you ever have to take one of these apart, you have to separate that if they jump off or it snaps. Otherwise you'll never get them on. Never. So we've got, and you've got to be careful here not to break the pot as well, because obviously this is the pedometer that gives it its tilting mechanism. So otherwise you're going to have that problem. You're going to be fucking plug it all in. The steering wheel ain't going to turn. I have to take one apart. I'll bring it in. I'll bring it. So yeah, obviously, yeah, to take one apart, I'll bin it. But they'll all follow suit. They'll all remember this is the right early stuff. I don't know how old this is. Obviously, there can't be many of these floating around for the PlayStation 2s. I don't know why they went all through that headache of doing it all properly, taking it out. They must have been. They just wanted to use the steering wheel. But when it come in the box, my boss went, we can't sell it. It's all in fucking bits. What are we going to do with that? She went, put it on the electronic pile. And I went, I'll take a gamble, you know, at the end of the day. And obviously, sat in the bedroom and forgot all about it. So, yeah. So, the good aspect is, we can now put these bits on and put these back on. And then put it. Now, I ain't got to worry about this or anything else. So now I can clip all this back onto the board. I'll bin it. You put it in a bin. I ain't just stand there for the month of Sundays trying to put that together. You've got no bloody chance. Mind you, I've even seen Chatfix, right? Aaron, when he was mucking about with that DJI, he was running into problems, and I noticed that. In the end, he just put it down and went back to it later. That's the best thing. If you know it's going to be a bit of a challenge for you. Now he's been doing repairs for ages, Aaron. But again, everything sometimes is going to be a challenge on that front. And I've even seen him struggle on some bits. Well, you will do. Yeah, that's exactly. You're going to run into that problem. Now, the only thing that concerns me, right, these wires here, I don't know where they go. But these ones, I've got the exact same. So I don't know if I got these round the wrong way. I'm just hoping that obviously one says for the motor. Oh, shit, I should have had a look really, shouldn't I? Actually, I might have to take that off. Which one's got the colours for the motor? And the other one is for the CN3A. I don't know what that is. But the other one says for the big motor. So are these both for the motors? I don't know. I'll have to take that top part off. It won't take long to take that top part off and have a look. Because I don't want to put the red one onto the other one just in case there might be a 5-volt feed. See, the other one is the small motor. And, right. They're both for the motors then. So one's for the small, one's for the big. Right, so I do need to find out which way these go round at the end of it. And the other one, I assume, is for the wiring loom that goes on now. And guys, let me watch my hands. Where I've touched that, I'm absolutely swimming with grease on my hands. I've got more grease on my hands than a bag of chips. I've got a small one. Yeah, nice one. Nice one, Luke. I've got a small one. That's better. I can feel now. I've got grip. So now I know in future, don't take them. You have to take all that apart, put them on first, and then put it in, and then screw it up after. Fucking the way I was buggering about trying to put that on, I'm just glad that's done because it's not coming apart. I wish they'd never done it, to be honest. But so Why has that got one big part on that? Is that right? Oh, right, it does. Yeah, it goes that side. That worried me for a minute. I thought, oh, Jesus. So, before I do anything, I've got to take that back apart again and have a look, seeing what the small motor and the big motor is. I've only got to take one side out. I mean, this has been on and off more times, you know, than anything I've ever known. Seriously, it's reasons why I only put one screw back sometimes. Right. Obviously. Now that can give me, roughly, what I've got to muck about with. Because one's got a small motor on it. Small motor, small motor. Can I get the small... Any other time, the bloody motor falls out. Now it don't want to come out. It just literally says, no, I'm not coming out. Bugger it, I'm staying in. Right. So we've got red there. So, oh, I see. Right. Well, that's fucking weird, isn't it? I've got two, both of the colours the same. Right. So I've got two counterweights on here. A small counterweight and a big counterweight. But the fucking big counterweight's the same colour. So how'd you work that out? Oh, I see. They've moved the colours. Right. So the big one on there is the red and black. Right. The big, right. So right. Let me get that. Let me put that in. They've put two colours and they've joined the wires and then they've soldered them. Right. So the red one is the big motor. So I did have it round the wrong way. I knew it did. And the green goes on the small one. I've got a small one. So, right, small one on there. So let me double check. Yeah, it is. So the big one's at the back. Well, that's fucking a bit dodgy, isn't it? Especially with all them, with the way they've done that. That's going to get tangled up. Ding dong. Yeah, did have it round the wrong way. It ain't now. It's round the correct way. Right, cool. I like things to be precise for it to go back on, because otherwise it will not only bugs me, but it sets my OCD off, and I'll think, no, you've not done it right. Take it off, put it back, do it correctly. Obviously, because we've not got none of the things back on there. Cool. Now she's plugged all back in correctly. And what I'll do, I'll take a picture of that. So in future reference, I could just go back to it. I've got more pictures than Prince Andrew. Especially on that phone. That's no exaggeration. Fucking jeez. I'm trying to do it upside down. Yeah, that goes well, doesn't it? Right, that's enough, because I know what happens. You'll start stripping it. Right. They still don't sit in right now, does it? I mean, it's all fucking loose. Like, you know, it feels right. It's the way they've guided that in. It's absolutely dire. Now, look, virtually, that looks right, Mickey Mouse. Hot glue it. That's fucking, look, that's supposed to be slotted in. Look, I can fucking near enough pull it out. Anyway, hot glue it. Let's put the hot glue in. Quick, get the glue gun out. But the main thing is, at least now we ain't got any issues, and it's not going to get caught up on anything. So thank God for that. That headache is over. Hurrah! Right, the good old bits now. Now, the only downside is I don't know which side this goes. Obviously, I've got the PlayStation on this front, but the board's obviously got to go in a certain way. Right. Well, okay. Where's the... It's got a fucking big counterweight on that. I suppose it would do. Hold up. So these... Right, put that in. Right. So obviously I've got the front on there, right? Putting that on is fucking... What an headache. Yeah, we are back with hot glue again. Oh no, banging hot glue. Who's going on about fish? Who's banging on? Worms, was that you with fish? And he's going, what are you on about with fish for? Fish. you was driving him up the wall with... Oh fuck, that's come off. Jesus. That's another one that's come off. He was going up the wall with about fish. I was sitting there, I was cracking up. I'm going, yeah, fish. Quick, get the fish out. I mean, that was it. It started with a fish subject. Okay, what is it? Something dodgy going on with fish or something? And I don't know who said it. I think it was MK. MK said something about, oh, if you ain't got a girlfriend, just, you know, have dodgy fish. I was cracking up. I think these have to line up, you know. I think that one does. That one sits there. That did make me laugh. I was sitting there going, oh no, quick. Andy's scratching his head. He's going, oh no, what's all that about? He said, I'll talk amongst yourself, guys. you know it's all going wrong. You just know it. Right, hold up. Am I something? I am. I'm one short. Right, that's... Where's... Oh, we are, see ya. I was going to say, fuck me, I've got another bit up his section. He's going on about with the fish. I don't know, but he's coping with us all. He's driving him up the wall. You know, poor Andy's pulling his hair out. Right, hold up. I think that you've got to get the marks. You've got to get... These have to sit in a certain orientation. He's sitting there. I'm sitting there. Literally, me neither. Literally, you're sitting there and you're thinking, Jesus, you know, have we got nothing else better to do except for go around trolling? Right, I think they have to sit behind. So I think I've got it the right way. It does make me laugh. I was sitting there going, oh no. Andy's struggling on certain bits, and we're sitting there, we're all struggling because we don't know what else to talk about. The only thing is, what concerns me is where the fuck do I put the wires? The wires go out this side. Right, I'll see. I was going to say, do they go out here? Oh, they might go out the front here. Right, okay. We've got a wire coming out here, right, on that bit. So I don't know, that's been capped off for some reason. But I think it all goes at the front here because there's some, you know, some wires go out there. And so I think that's the small one. The small one goes out there. But where's this sit? I mean, obviously, this must sit somewhere. That looks like that's hot glue or something. Oh, no. Worms, it's your favourite. It looks like it has to sit. It has to sit down on something. That's concrete. It wouldn't just sit on that. Surely not. Yeah, I suppose it does. So, well, that's a fucking stupid idea, isn't it? I'll have to dump some hot glue on it. Oh no. Shall I get the hot glue out? I might have to get the hot glue out and then see it on some hot glue. It looks like I can't put it anywhere else. No, Carfor, you've been bad. That's it, Carfor. You definitely. That's it. You're now not only retracting your messages, you're now going upsetting everyone. And maybe one of them's worked and the other one's hot glue. I have got an hot glue gun. It's stuck at the moment. Oh yeah. I've got hot glue. Look, I've got an hot glue gun. I might have to dump some hot glue on it. So we'll have to get the hot glue gun out. I think what they've done, look, up here, I can see a little bit of residual glue. So I think what they've done, but then obviously just dumped it on there. But this is concrete. I don't like the idea of that, no. Ain't I've got any foam padding. That's what I need. Foam. I need some foam padding, some really thick foam padding for it to sit at. I don't think hot glue's going to do it because there's shaking on that. No, that's double-sided. Hold up. Let's have a look. I might have some pads. Yeah. What I do, look, I've got a better idea, right? I've got some of these big, nice, heavy-duty pads. If I put 2 pads on there, right, hot glue the pads, right, take these off because obviously they're not that sticky. Because if I put them on, it's just going to slide off, right? I'll hot glue the pads on there and then stick that to, and then put some more hot glue and then that sits on that. So it's sort of a, yeah, great. Can we get the hot glue out? Don't worry, worms. I've got your favourite hot glue. I've already melted the end of it. Right, let's get the hot glue going. Hot glue time. And I might have to put the fume extractor on because I've breathed in enough substances lately and it's really got me eye. I mean, one of them I thought I was seeing, you know, when I was looking in my living room, I'm sure that I kept seeing, like, you know, pink fluffy clouds going past. So I'm thinking, oh no, quick. I'm sure it's all the fumes that's just going past. looking at some hot glue, baby, and it's looking for something, the hot glue baby tonight. And looking at some hot glue, baby, and this is the evening, and we got some hot glue. So does hot glue really give that much fumes? Yes. You was in Andy's stream or in NK's, and I was trying to try and melt some plastic, and the fumes from the plastic got to me. It nearly wiped me out. So yes, I had to stop because I was hallucinating. I was seriously hallucinating. I breathed in so many fumes from the hot glue, it wasn't great. So no, that's what, and I still feel lightheaded now. I still felt it, and it was bad enough when that capacitor went. I was getting choked out. The fumes got to me. Like I said, I've breathed in fumes from IPA. I've got the old IPA, so I've breathed in half a can of that, plus all the fumes from the hot glue and the melted of the hot glue, so, and the capacitors. So yeah, it's obviously not great long term. I mean, mentally, am I okay? Well, I'm hoping so, but I still feel dizzy. So obviously, it's obviously not helping me in that situation. But I like the expression vid. Yes, that video, the explosion video, I wasn't making that up. I thought, because I don't know who said it, crank it up to maximum. So I thought, well, he's right. Probably it does make sense. Crank it. Obviously, the capacitors couldn't take that type of voltage going through it with the amps, so it just cranked it too many times, and the next minute it melted the leads. Not only melted the leads, but also I got choked in the process. And I didn't know JFix actually done a short. It was only when he posted it on MK's post. I looked back because there was a link for it. I was pissing myself laughing. I went, oh God, brilliant. You couldn't make it up. Obviously, we ain't got to this stage yet. Now, kids, don't try this at home because this is incautionally hot. But when I know it's getting hot, it gets sticky. And it's getting to that point now. So I think what I'll do, because that's just concrete, but we've got metal components on here, which I'm not happy. So what I'm going to do is take a cut of these biscuits and obviously glue them onto that. And then we'll glue that onto that. Because there's no screw holes in this. Oh, there's one screw hole, but where? This is what I don't understand. It's not telling you where to screw it down. All them screw holes on here are to tie these down, not to tie this down. So I assume it just sits there like that. It just sits on it. It would make sense for that to sit there, but not with all that backing on it. I wouldn't recommend doing that. And this is going to rumble like buggery. So I'm going to stick to doing it that way. And it'll take. Oh look, the glue's ready. The glue's dripping. Touch the glue. Touch. Fuck, that's jeez, that's hot. Yeah, kids, don't try that. That's fucking red hot. That's fucking stuck to me. Right, get the glue out. Right, let's get the glue. Jesus, that fucking stuck to my hand. Right, glue. We've got plenty of glue on there, right? So I'm going to bunk some glue on that one. We'll put the glue on. Fuck me, that was enough hot. That stuck to my hand. Yeah. Well, that's hot. That's hot enough. Trust me. just don't go ahead touching it. Fucking hell, yeah. I wanted to say get the glue gun out. That fucking stuck to that. Nearly took my skin off. Right, get the glue going. We've got the glue going round in here. We'll put the glue in a circle. Oh, look at this lot. It's like fucking spider's web. The glue's going everywhere. Right, look at that. Nice. We've got the glue going there and it's glued on. So we got that. Really nice. That really fucking stuck to my finger. That hurt. I go, quick. Burns. I'll end up at A&E in the department saying, calls? Well, they told me to do it in this stream. They're saying at the end of the day, no, it's not that. Seriously. Right. Oh, that's burning now. I can smell that glue gun. That's really red. I don't want to touch that. Now I'm going to have to put a big dollop of glue on here, right, on that front. So I'm going to put some on here. Right, like that. I'm going to put a big dollop on that one. Oh, he's smoking that. Oh, Jesus. That's a fucking smell. Right. Oh, right, hold up a minute. So that glue's going to set. Right, I'm going to hold it there. Right. I'm going to hold it in position. That's nice. It's just where I want it. And it's sitting on them pads. Lovely. Quite, let's turn that glue off. I can get them fumed out. Oh, it's all dropped on the... yeah, I can feel it. The warmth going through that board. Now, that's stuck on there nicely. So that won't come off. And it's padded. So I've got some nice big pads. So again, got them at the pan shop. And look how thick they are. They're nice absorbent ones. They look like an Oreo, isn't it? You put the old Oreo biscuits look like that. I'm not a lover of them Oreos. You know, some people love them. I'm not keen on them. On there, I find them a bit hard on my pegs. Jesus. Now that glue is still dripping. It's still dripping on that. Right. I'm thinking that looks like the way I've got to put it, but obviously I've got the other wire for it to go through. And I've got to put the sides back on. So these have got to clip back on. Oh, God. Why is everything you touch in it? Just don't. So that obviously we've got that bit on there. So now that glue, it's still smoking, it's turned off. Wow. Yeah. I like biscuits. Yeah, I'm a biscuit addict. Well, the trouble is, I like the old digestives. The digestives are nice. Cup of tea and a bit of digestives. I can eat half a pack, but then I have to stop because then I feel sick. You know, otherwise, obviously, you get a sugar rush. And if I have too much sugar, I start running around the room with the dog. Which is not great. Jammy Dodgers. Oh, now you're talking. But the Jammy Dodgers now, they're like that. I remember in the 80s, the Jammy Dodgers used to be that thick, and they was about that wide. They was a proper Jammy Dodger. You know, not now, not these fucking silly little things. They're literally, they are so small. And I went, what's that? Is that for kids? Yeah, I love a Jammy Dodger. Yeah, the nice biscuits. I like the nice ones. They're nice. The coconut rings. Love the coconut rings at the end of the day. Yeah, small. But they are small. They're really small.
It's no, I'm seriously. They are small. When they say small, fuck me, they're for kids. They are literally bite size. One, you literally, you could swallow it. They're that small. Oh wait, no. Here, look at that. Oh, I was going to say, look at the glue. The glue's all stuck down to the side there. Look, the glue's now all solidified, but it was all coming out. So now it's got glue everywhere. But at least that's now stuck. That's not coming off, right? So that's sandwiched on both sides. So which is nice. So what I've got to do now is I've got to move this hot glue. Fancy. I really love a bit of hot glue. Who don't love a bit of hot glue? This has took the longest to try and rectify to put all this back. But I did want to put it back because it was a task that I wanted to do. And I had no schematics on it. And I went, oh, for crying out loud, I've got to try and fix this. But, it's going to be a challenge for me. But I've done it, persevered. Where's the fucking other bit for this? Hold up, that ain't gone on the floor, is it? I'm one bit short. Oh no, yeah, it's laying down on the floor. Right, okay. So, yeah, bourbons. Those two tiny secondaries are on. Yes, the just buy 2 packs instead of 1. Well, you do because, like you said, it's not gonna. You know it's not gonna last. Like like the people used to like the Benedicts. Like the little round green biscuit. But it's dark chocolate. I'm not a dark chocolate. I'm a milk chocolate person. At the end of the day, and people love the Benedicts. I'm not a lover of the Benedict side. Right, so I've got to put 1 in one side, 1 in the other side, like that. Oh fuck, it's come off again. Right, let's do that again. Right, clip that in one end. Would help if I put it round the right way. Right, that's got to go that way. Yeah, look at Sally at the milk chocolate bar. Yeah, the Milky Bar. Yeah. Do you know? I've noticed that. Have you noticed with most of all the sweets today? Right, I'm not a big lover of the chocolate person. I'm not, but I do like the Yorkie bars. The Yorkie bars, right? Anything like the Yorkie bars, the Snickers, the Mars bars. Any of that. The Crunchies. Fuck me, that was about that long in the 80s. Now they're half the size. I think, what's that? Literally, you are kidding me. Seriously? I'm lactose intolerant. Oh no. Hiya, Carl. Oh no, hot girls. Hiya. That's the trouble. It's got to be a bummer when you're lactose intolerant. Because you're thinking, that's a shame. Because now you can't have any of that. Because otherwise you'll start running around with IBS issues. And that's the trouble. So. Oh, for fuck. You are fucking kidding me. The hot glue's come off. Look, the hot glue's come off. Oh, no. Disaster. It didn't stick. Oh, for crying out loud. The fucking hot glue's come out. Well, that was good hot glue, wasn't it? Fucking hell. Is this... Have you ever known anything like it in your life? Trying to take one of these apart or putting one together? Fuck, this has been the biggest challenge I've ever come across. Oh, it's nothing. There's nothing to key. No, hot glue's novice. No, look, the hot glue. It's stuck to the board, obviously, but it didn't stick to that concrete. Well, that's a pisser, isn't it? Do you reckon I might have to pull it up on here and not glue this? You need to scratch the surface. Oh no, I'm gonna have to get the hot glue gun out again. I think what I might do is put it. Can I put it over here because I'm worried about this. Unless it goes over on this side. Actually, come to think about it, let me put that to one side for a minute. Because I might be doing this wrong. It might actually go over this side. I didn't give that a thought. Because look, there's channels here with glue. Oh no, with more glue. Hold up, no, I'm fucking, it's all tangled up. Ah, hold up, there's a screw. Yes, there you go, I found it. Look, it goes there. There it goes, it does go this side. So I didn't need hot glue after all. So I've put hot glue on for bugger all. Oh, for crying out loud. These guys are saying put hot glue in, and I didn't need hot glue. Now I've got all these pads stuck to it. Can I take them off? Jesus, they're stuck on there. So I didn't need these on. So I've hot glued that for bugger all. Oh no. These guys, seriously, when you say put hot glue on it, I put hot glue. I think that's a good idea. I probably will. I've got to be careful here not to pull anything off, like chips. God. Yeah, got it off. Use IPA. No, I got them off. I didn't pull any components off it. I was lucky. So it actually goes on here because there's channel cutouts and there's hot gluing. So what I need me little pot with me. Fucking hell, where's me pot? I've got a pot with screws. Me little pot of screws. Because I put a little pot of screws up. So it didn't go on there after all. It bloody, see what I mean? I didn't even look on that, and I think, no, hang on a minute, he's right. It might actually go on there. Oh, here, pot of screws. I've got me pot of screws actually to go on that one. So I'll tell you what, since I've had this DJI, what a difference. It's been brilliant. It's been one of the best things I ever bought. That other one from TikTok only lasts about 3 hours. It bombs out. It done the job. Oh, fucking man, dropping everything. Can I sit one of them? Can I call you mister? What are you gay? I love that. Have you ever watched that interview of that? The South African interview of Why Are You Gay? Right? With the pastor. The pastor absolutely killed it. He nailed it to a T at the end of the day. He was one of the funniest interviews I've sat there and watched in a long time. It goes on for about an hour. But I'll tell you, it made me cry so much. It was like watching Borat. Seriously. Yep, that'll do. Nice little screw. Screw, screw, screw. Oh, we've got 2 screws. We've got 3 holes. Huh? What? Ah. Oh, right. Does it? Well, it says one goes over there. Oh, it goes that side. Right. I see. No, it is only one screw. But it's the other side because this has to go round because this is where the screws. Oh, for crying out loud! So I didn't have to put hot glue on after all. Could have left the hot glue off. Thought I got the hot glue gun out. Thought, oh, that'll stick. Wasted 2 pads and a load of hot glue, and got choked out in the process with all the proceeds. Hell. Come on, just get on your little monkey, your little so and so. Right, that's obviously fucking just slipping around, not doing anything. Screw, screw, screw. Yeah, that'll do. Screw, screw, screw. Oh, fuck, that pin nearly got me in the eye. What was that? Bit of hot glue. Yeah, fucking glue nearly took me out. What? Seriously, the glue nearly took me out. And it got me right in the eye, that did. That glue. Death by glue. I nearly got death by glue. Oh, no. Hold up. Fuck, Jesus. What's going on here with all these wires? Right, that's tangled up in that bit. I'm trying to untangle it. Right, untangled. That's obviously, that's coming from up there. That's coming from up that bit. But that fucking hot glue nearly pings. It pinged, nearly got me in the eyeball. Jesus. I personally think that went like that. And then that's it. That to me looks about right. So we've got that there, and then we obviously got one the little bit. Right, so it looks like that one there had been coiled over because the way it's got the L bait on the L plate on that one, and then this one just looks like it just clips over, obviously, on that front, because there's no other way of putting that in. But at least that's now slotted into place, so that ain't going to come off. Worms. It's Squirrels' fault. Fucking use IPA. IPA removes it, screws. Oh no. That was, it was like that when Andy was recommending something to you, you know, about going to be good. Yeah. The definitely he was saying about with the, you know, he was, you know, because like you said, when you're first starting off streaming, it's nervous. It's all about, you know, it's about entertainment. It's true what MK said. It's all, you know, I like to try and fix things and entertain at the same time. It's not easy. Andy can't read and navigate because it is difficult. I've got to totally agree with her on that front. Right, I can't put them on yet. So these have to go up here. Can we put this on, and then we can try. Oh, the wires go at the back. Right. Oh, I see. Right, I get it. I get it. So we've got to put one that side. One goes that side. Hold on. We've got to put, the wire's got to go underneath. Right, on that side, don't we? That's got to be pinched on that side. That makes sense. That holds there. This one holds on this side. And then you've got to try and pinch the wire to go all the way over. Fucking hell. Jesus, they really made that well, ain't he? And then you've got to try to... you've got to try and get the wire over. Oh my God. You've got to try and get the wire over there while that one's going over that side. Right. Hold up a minute. The big wire goes on the big section. The small wire goes on that section. And I've got to try and squeeze that one, hold that in place while I'm holding that in, for that to go. No, it's come back out again. Jeez Louise, that is, the difficulty level on this is not the easiest. Oh my God. It's oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus, I'm trying to hold that in. It's popping out, right? You've got to line him up. You've got to line that up. Guys, was you the person that persevered to actually try to put this together? I mean, you know, honestly, the honest reviews, you know, I would have said, I could have seen some of you guys just saying, nope, sorry, not for me. It's too much. That's a big headache for me. I wouldn't bother. I would have binned it. I'm nearly there. I am virtually near enough there. The issue that I've got is getting these lined up, right, while I've got the wires coming out the back here, right? So you've got to get the wires lined up here. Well, you've got to get the dials lined in at the same time. So it's all about lining it up for it to slot in. It's screwed. Yeah. But that is fucking... That's put up a challenge just to put this together. Literally. There's no exaggeration. But I've got to line them up while I keep the wires out at the same time. So what I'm better off doing is trying to put one in and then putting a screw in to hold one end in. Right. Oh, for fucking easier said than done. That one's come out. Just no, it fell back in. My God, that is difficult, really difficult. I've got to try and put the wires, because I don't want to pinch the wires and then cut into the wires, because then I'm going to have a wire problem. So I've got to try and hold that in, right? Right, it's moved over. And then hook that over this side. Slot that one end in first, right? Oh my God, that's put up a challenge. That's now I've got another challenge of my hands, right? So because now I've got to try and hold this in. So obviously you've got one end holding on to here, while the other one is trying to hold in this side without not covering any of the holes up underneath. Yeah. Oh, jeez. As soon as you move it, it's sort of like it jumps out. Do you know what I might be able to do? I've got an idea. Because this is going to keep happening, right? Where's my masking tape? What's actually happening? The dials keep falling behind, right? They've got a slight wasp over it. I'm going to actually try and put a bit of masking tape, right? Again, think outside the box. Fucking things you have to try and do. Good God. Just to try and hold it in. And then put another piece on top to stop them from keep falling. Right. Right, that's one. And then that way it won't keep falling behind then. I'll show you what I've done. So again, that's just putting this together. You know, it's seriously, the level up on that is not easy. Let's put up a right fight, a proper fight. Let's put up a proper fight trying to put that back. I need to hold it. All I need to do is just hold it in place. But I've got to be careful because there's holes behind underneath. Get the glue. Get the glue out. The glue, we love the glue. That's what I say about my dog. My dog glues a lot. Right. So where's that torch? What I've got to try and do is not to cover any of the holes underneath. Fuck's sake. No, we're good. See that one keeps moving. This is the one that's giving me the headaches the most. And obviously this one wants to move at the same time as this one. I think I've done it, my friends. Look at that. And that paid off. So what I try and do was hold that in. Well, that one's popped in. Shit. That was near enough there. Right. And that's for that. So I've got to lift this one up. That one's in. No, that one's in. So what I've got to do, while that one's in, I should actually have, right, is put some screws in this, hold this section. Right. Put the, now that these ones are coming out, right, so they're all in. So what I'm going to try and do is put a screw in this one. Just hold this in. Stop this from popping out. Right, one at the bottom. Obviously we've got the cables out, so obviously that's not going to cause a cable issue. Cool. Right, now obviously that's not going to come out that end, and that's now can be taken off, right? So we've got the clock one in, so you can actually see the speedometer. So the only other one I need to address is this one, but oh fuck, that's come out. Right, so let's move that out of the way. So what I need to do is just bring that one forward, just ever so slight. Where's me tweezers? Ah, there she is. Just need to bring this forward ever so slightly. Yeah, I think I've done it there. No, it's not. For some reason, it just wants to keep falling back. That one's clipped in lovely. So I've done that one. It's this one here. It's just this one that's giving me an egg. So what I'm going to try and do is just nip that. That one works. Lucky enough, I've got a little bit of wiggle room in here, and what I can try and do is try to help it guide it in. Oh my God. Right. Ow. Fingers. So I'm going to see if I can slot that one up. Oh, for crying. Oh my God. Right, stop for a minute. That's hurting my fingers. Look, fucking, I scraped, look, took enough now on, because obviously I'm going to take one screw out, because obviously it's putting too much tension at one end. I'm just going to loosen that one. Just loosen it, not take it out completely. So let's give it a little bit of leeway, extra leeway in there, which I needed. Yeah, as right, cool. Right, that's clipped in. Let's see if we can get this put back, and then I can hold it. Which is there. It's where I need it. No. Should have it. Oh no, that one's come out. Great, lovely. Of course it would. Loosen one out, one comes out. Yeah. No, that one's come out as well. Fucking both of them's come out again. Fucking hell, what a nightmare. Absolute, what a nightmare. This really has put the biggest challenge yet. It's actually trying to sort this out. I'll take these out because they're going to keep flopping out. That's going to drive me out the wall. So I'll take them out. Take this one back out. That is... Jesus. That is... It's... cough, hot glue. Cough. Fuck me, that's seriously, come on though, seriously? That is the biggest nightmare I've ever known. I want to hold, all I do is want to hold it in one spot. Actually, do you know what? That's actually not a bad idea, isn't it? Dab of hot fucking glue. I'm going to get the hot glue out. It won't hurt. Let's get the glue gun going. Oh God, not the fucking bin over there. That's it, it's gone everywhere. Do you know what? That does make sense. Glue it. Because it keeps falling in. It's not holding. And I'm trying to hold it while I'm trying to sandwich it in. You got the hot glue gun. Sometimes hot glue can be your friend. It can. Right, I've got the hot glue gun pointing towards me. Right. Obviously, this fucking board is giving me an absolute headache. Trying to put this in play. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to hot glue it. I think you're right. Get the hot glue gun. I hope I don't put this round the wrong fucking way. Otherwise, I've got to undo all that. The buttons will be back to front. I doubt it. But I'm going to dab hot glue down here, right? Little dab of hot glue there. I think that's about right, because these... That's not matching up. I think I've got it right there. Get the hot glue gun, because I know what's going to happen. You're going to end up back in trying to put this in, and it's just going to keep popping out. Right, I'm going to get the hot glue gun. Dab a bit of hot glue down here. Right. So we've got a bit of hot glue down. We've got a little bit of hot glue. I'm going to put a bit of hot glue down here. This bit. Hold these wires in because they keep popping out. They're fucking driving me nuts. So let's put a dab over this section. Dab of hot glue down here. I've got to keep it away from these screw holes. So dab of hot glue on that bit. Right. Cool. Also, I'm going to put a little bit of dab of hot glue around here. Right. Got to watch my hands because it's fucking hot, this stuff. Oh, fuck, the hot glue's come out. Out. Right, the hot glue's not holding. Oh, this is not going great, guys. Hot glue's not hot glue's not helping. The hot glue's just, it's making a disaster. Oh no, she's not. Glue, glue, glue. Get the glue. Plonk a bit of hot glue behind that bit. Hopefully. That's the hot glue bit there. All these stringy bits, look. Let that glue set for a minute. Alright. I'm hoping that hot glue will stick it. So it won't move. Right? Cool. So the hot glue's gone there. Now let's put a little bit of hot glue down where all these epoxy wires are. And dump some hot glue around that bit. Nice. That'll hold that in. Yeah, that will. Right. Cool. So we've got hot glue on that bit. Now I've got to try and hold this in. Yeah. So I'm going to get the hot glue, stick a bit at the back there, a bit at the side there, get some hot glue in there. That'll hold all that in. Right, put a bit there. And we can get some hot glue around this side. Right. Oh, the hot glue's come out. Fuck. Ow, ow, ow. Hot glue's up. Fucking hell. Right. I think we're good. Ow. that bit's hot as well. So we've got hot glue, right? I'm hoping this is going to hold it. Fuck, I'm dropping everything on the floor. It's all going pear-shaped. Got bits on the floor here, card, tweezers. What's that on the floor? Don't know what that is. Got something. Right, we'll let the hot glue cool down a bit. Right. That feels a bit more sturdier. That might be enough to hold it, which that's what I'm hoping. So all I want to do is just hold it into play while I put the fucking top on. I mean, it's how difficult is that? At the end of it, it's not rocket science. I mean, you know, it all lines up with the curves. So at the end of it, just give that a minute or two. Let the hot glue cool down. And we got the glue out. So yeah, good recommendations later. Who's going? Squish. Oh, what cows is going? Yes. Fuck me, I've got enough glue on my hands. That's all. Is that set yet? Is that glue set? That's just setting now. That glue's just setting. Actually, that's not a bad judge. Hopefully that'll hold it into play. Now obviously I've got to try and put this back very carefully and not to knock nothing out. Right. So obviously I've got to put the wires through first. The small one goes out the back. Right, small one. We've got the big wire going out the big section. The small one going in the small section. Now this is the headache. It's putting this bastard back on. She would not sit straight because again it all kept falling through. Right, hold up, because it's not sitting right here. Have we got that? Yeah, we have. So we're good there. Now, this is the hardest part. Slotting all this in. I think this is the trouble. I think this is where the trouble lies. So obviously we've got that bit right, but this bottom bit is not lining up. That's not lining up. I reckon that's upside down. Right. So that's cool. Right. I found a problem. The hot glue on this is upside down. Right. It's countersunk. So what I've got to do is flip her around, and she's got to go up the other way. The small bit goes up there. That looks more like it. That definitely looks more like it. There. So yeah, we had that upside down. God damn it. Because again, that side's fine. With this one, it was this one here. So again, let me see if I can try and get some, let's get some tape. The hot glue. Yeah, I'm still just working on stuff in the background. Cool. You like me, Pete? I've always got something to do, bud. Especially you, because I'm looking at some of your stuff. You've got a lot, especially a lot of stripping. That must take you hours trying to strip off of that gear. Tell you. Mind you, I don't mind. I love work like that, though. Keeps you busy, and it does. I love keeping busy. Because otherwise, if you ain't got nothing to do, you end up going stir crazy. Right, let's put this back on. Let's see if that solved the problem. And it did solve the problem. So I did have it upside down. Fucking crying out loud, I didn't know. Right. Now she sits. Now she sits. Well, near enough. It does sit a lot better now. So that was set wrong. It was upside down. This one's right. Now it just wants pulling in now. Which now what I'm going to do is start putting the screws in. Hurrah! Perseverance. In the end, we got there. Well, that didn't sound too great. That sounded better. Obviously, I don't hear them type of noises. I like it where you hear the motor driving it down. So what I'm going to do is put the other bits back in now. Now these are all tied in. So before I do anything, let's put this in. Because otherwise you're going to have problems getting these sides in. Because obviously, they're torqued up. Well, that didn't sound great, did it? No, yeah, it's fine. Now she can all be torqued up. Cool. Look at all this hot glue hanging around. It's got loads of hot glue all laying on the table. Do you know what? I'm so pleased to put that back. That has been fucking one heck of an headache. Seriously, heck of an headache. Never known anything like that. Never. Let's have a quick look on the torch. Have I got any? Oh, fine. That one's missing. Let's put that one in. That one's in. Cool. That one's missing. That one's in. That one's in. That one's missing. That one's missing. Because I've pinched a couple of them. If you remember correctly. So we've got all the wires coming out of it. Mad Rick. One of me pest control friends I used to work alongside with. So okay, we'll put one up here. So we got about 3 missing because I pinched, if you remember correctly, I did pinch any of that. Cool. That, my friends, was one effing nightmare to put together, but she is now fully assembled. Jeez, seriously, that wasn't the easiest to try and to do at the end of the day. So that was upside down, that one. That one I hot gluing at the end of the day because it kept popping out. But now we have got ourselves one assembled unit. Hurrah! Fucking Jesus. A small one. I have one of those screwdrivers, those small ones on it. I'm still just... Do you know what? That, alright, good luck trying to put one of them together. That's all I say. It was good freaking luck. That, can you calibrate it with a nice drink of hot... Oh, look. Fuck me, look. There's another screw there. Let's put that screw in. Right, okay. I didn't see that. No. Yeah, probably with hot glue. Hot glue does come in handy, and I've proven it. I have definitely proved that. Right, we've got one missing there. I can put that one there. Let's put that one in. Oh, I've got to get rid of all this fucking hot... There's all hot glue everywhere. But hot glue's proved it, Worms. It's definitely proved it, right? She's back together. Comparing, it was all in bloody bits at the end of the day. Was not the easiest things to put. I wouldn't like to do that again. I really wouldn't. But she's assembled. I've got no screws hanging out. We've got the wires hanging out. We've got the bit on the back of here at the end of the day for where the pedal goes. But she is back in one piece. Now I can have a tidy up. Look, there's all hot glue. I've got hot glue here. Oh, there's another fucking screw there. Look, I didn't see that one. Bloody hell. So we took the screws out of what they said. Right. Now, the other issue is, does it actually physically work? Which I'm going to do right now. At the end of the day. The only way of testing that is to plug in a PlayStation. We see if we can get any life comes into. So it says PS2, wasn't it? You can use a PlayStation 2. It did say PS2, I'm sure it said a PS2. Double check. Yeah, PlayStation 2. So, I've got about 6 of these. So that's not an issue. Look at the shit on the floor, Jesus, huh? There's bits of wire, there's the glue gun out. The glue gun's out of right field day. Right, the glue gun's out. I only want to plug it in just to see if we got power into it at the end of the day. That's all I want to do is just test it, see if we've got power. So I ain't got to go mad. We just want to plug them in, see if anything lights up. Right. First things first, we should have red light. We got red light. Cool. So, let me plug that in. And see if we got anything. Now, obviously, I ain't got the pedals plugged in, right? But, oh look, fucking hot glue in the front of that. It's even chunks of hot glue. Even the glue's it's got hot glue in. Right, we've got green light. And we've got AR, AN. So I assume that's a winner. I won't really know until I plug it all in at the end of the day, but we must get some power because obviously we've got, we're coming up D1. Let's change it. DE. So yeah, we are getting something. Well, oh, and I've got to put some screws back in the steering wheel, which I've not done. Fuck. So, but the main thing is, we are getting power. And it turns off. So, to me, that is a winner. It was worth the headache to try and put that bugger together, because we have now got ourselves, and I've killed the camera. Of course, you've only got to knock the camera. How have I not knocked the camera and the fucking thing freezes up? It's the story of my life. Unbelievable. This overhead 4K camera, it does my head in. Seriously, just knock it and then that's it. It stops. It just stops dead. At the end of it. But we did prove that it does power up. So we do get something. What camera is it? Well, it's one of those bloody webcams. It's a 4K webcam. I got it out of Argos when it was on a sale. At the end of it. I am so pleased that's done. Look at the mess I've left behind though. Hot glue, look, it's all hot glue everywhere. Hot glue here, look, bits of hot glue. Literally, dried hot glue. We've put so much hot glue on it. But it don't matter, the hot glue's done its job. That's all it does. Look, I've even hot glued that. Look, that's how good hot glue is. Because I had to split this in half. The wire had all frayed inside. And once you break the seal, I couldn't. Obviously, these are hard to get hold of. These are the Sony 4.5s. Things like for the PSP. Because they're nothing expensive. So, when I broke it, I had to hot glue it. So, yeah, see? Hot glue does come in on this at the end of the day. Look, it's all hot glue. It's all fucking taped up here. I've got hot glue all on me thing. Let's get rid of that hot glue. Take that off. Bits of that. Let's get rid of the rubbish. Don't know what the bits of wood's for. I ain't got a clue. That can go in a bin. That. Let me get rid of that, my friends. Watson, what are you after? Yeah, medium monkey. Bonsy's after my sandwiches. And he can bugger off because he ain't having my sandwiches. I want them. At the end of it. So, that is, my friend, is that. So, what's the time now? 7 o'clock. I am going to call that a winner. The only downside is that I did not, even though I managed to partly put the capacitors in the record player, I've still got to now get a stylus. But I might do what Pico said, look out for another one. And keep that for spares, because I would like to restore that. So, but for the sake of it, it did have a bad capacitor, so I did manage to find the cause and get to it on that front. You know, take the cap out, swap it. Even though the value wasn't the same, it was near enough. I got near enough of that. But yeah, thanks for joining everyone, guys. I'm gonna go move the car there. I'm gonna have a cup of tea and celebrate with some hot glue. Get the hot glue going. He won't beat it. But I'll be back tomorrow anyway. So I've got stacks of other bits and pieces. So I'm yeah, definitely worms. So yeah, you know, I'll jump on Angie's stream first, like I always do. I just love seeing everyone's you know, seeing. But if I can get Andy's details, I'll pass that over to him and see what he can try and do to it at the end of the day. And then I'll wire the money over, whatever it's going to come to. I'd rather him let him do it. He's handed over. He has an Uber to fix tomorrow. Oh no, Uber. Oh no, God. That's but it's a bit until it's late. Right. Okay. So that might give me time to do a little bit of bit more streaming, get some stuff. But it's not until late. But thanks for joining, guys. I really appreciate it. But what I was going to say is, yeah, if you'd like to just smash that like button, it really does help. But I don't care if you don't smash it or even give it a thumbs down. The main thing is you've joined. It's been fun. There's been a bit of trolling going on. I love a bit of the old trolling, and on that front. But that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, get the old, you know, wind up a little bit and have a look, see what actually happens. But yeah, it's the see what we see for tomorrow. And hold up, what's going on here? Oh, fuck's sake. 10-second colour. Hold up, I've got that one to turn off. There's some. Now the camera won't turn off. What? That's mental. Right, let's turn that off. Right, click OK, and then no, it won't have it. Anyway, guys, thanks for joining. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good evening. See you later.